Good evening. I would like to call to order the June 11th. Does someone want to get Jen or let her know we're all set? I don't know where she's running around. Call to order the June 11th Quincy City Council Finance Committee meeting and start by reading the open meeting law. Pursuant to the open meeting law, any person may make an audio or video recording of this public meeting or may transmit the meeting through any medium. Attendees are therefore advised that such recordings or transmissions are being made, whether perceived or unperceived, by those present and are deemed acknowledged and permissible. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilor Ash. Councilor DeBona. Present. Councilor Hubley. Present. Councilor Jacobs. I know he's in the room. Mahoney. Present. McKee. Here. Councilor Ryan. Present. Councilor Yuen. Present. Jim Riley.
Present. Okay, so this meeting has been called so that this body may discuss information relative to the Council Orders 2026-076, Eastern Nazarene College acquisition, and 2026-077, appropriation for $22,500,000 for Eastern Nazarene College land acquisition. More specifically, several councilors have toured the ENC campus buildings on June 3rd. Some have viewed the appraisal for the property, and others have met with ENC representatives on Monday, June 8th. That meeting was prompted by an email sent by Solicitor Timmons on late Friday afternoon, which I'd like to read into the record. This was sent on Friday, June 5th at 4:36 p.m. I just concluded a phone call with the mayor following a lengthy phone call I received from attorney Frank Marinelli, ENC's counsel. Frank called to advise that the ENC board met today and, among other matters, discussed what was going on in Quincy. The chair of the board, David Bowser, has been watching the city council meetings and is very concerned about the sale. As a result, he and President Colleen Durr are both coming to Quincy on Monday and are making themselves available to meet/speak with city councilors. They will meet with you individually or in a group. Due to open meeting law concerns, the group must be 4 or less in number. Frank was directed by the board to call me and extend this invitation. I spoke with the mayor, who was delighted to hear of this opportunity for you to share your questions directly with the board chair and college president. I have copied Frank Marinelli on this email. He told me he is available all weekend and will check his emails. If you would please reach out to Frank directly with a reply all to this email, he can facilitate scheduling. The mayor has not been a direct party to any discussions with the chair and president today, so he has no authority to participate in any scheduling. He indicated he will do whatever he can to assist, but we should work through Frank for now, Jim. Due to the open meeting laws, we cannot discuss these matters as a body unless we convene a properly noticed open meeting, which is why we are here tonight. It is not my intention to take a vote on this matter this evening. We have already scheduled a meeting for Monday, June 15th for that purpose, and it is my hope that this meeting will make Monday evening more efficient as a result of our discussions. I ask that you please silence your cell phones, and if you need to have a conversation, please take it outside. Thank you, and with that, I will open it up to my fellow councilors with any comments, questions, observations that you've had thus far in this process. Councilor McGee, one moment.
So I was one of the councilors who met with the ENC president and board chair, so I can just give everybody a little update about how that went. We met together with Councilor Yuen, and we were told that the ENC will not extend the deadline. We didn't ask, but they just volunteered that. They wouldn't say how many other interested parties there were, and they can't communicate with any other interested parties. We were told that, the board chair had been watching the meetings, and he was saying that we were asking some questions that were in the materials that we'd been given, which included some detailed numbers about costs of maintenance, et cetera, for running ENC, and in reference to a drive of information about an environmental report and inspection reports. After that, I went back and looked. I was not able to find those, but we've been in touch with the administration to get access to those. They said that they had been in negotiation for more than a year with the previous developer, who was had been working on, I guess, had an agreement to buy potentially the campus. They said that that plan and the city plans are similar. They said, when we asked about the assessment price, which is, I think, around $56 million, as we were talking about how that was different from the $21 million sale price, they said that was kind of the top level price that they could get if with everything that was inside the college when it closed. So all of the stuff, all of the equipment, some of which was quite expensive. And they weren't expecting that, and because, unless another college just bought it right away. But they had hoped for more than $21 million. They did not know that the city was going to put that information out about the sale price. Their carrying costs, they said, are $250,000 per month. That's including interest on loans. And I mentioned that the $40,000 in the document we were given was what the city estimated would be the monthly cost for maintaining the property. And they said maybe that's just for electricity. So I've since been provided the information about the costs that ENC had given to the city, so I can talk about that later. But anyway, that's the general synopsis of my discussion, our discussion.
Thank you. Councilor Yuan, since you attended that, do you want to add anything else to the, to what, oops. Yes. Hang on one second. There you go. Go right ahead.
So at the meeting, I asked ENC president and the board chair if the city has done any inspection of the property. And they said the former buyer, the crane company, did the environmental report and inspection. And those data actually belong to ENC, and the ENC has shared those data with the administration. So we just say, oh, why city council didn't know this? Can city council have access to the environmental report and the inspection? So I sent the email to Mr. Timmons, the solicitor, and he said he thought that's confidential, so he would discuss with ENC lawyer. Then later, ENC lawyer emailed back say ENC has no obligation to give city council access of the environmental report. So that's we got it so far. So city council hasn't opportunity to see the inspection data and the environmental report.
Thank you. I'll just add that, when it comes to inspections, being in the real estate business, generally a party who has had an inspection is not going to share it with another party. Typically, it's buyer beware, so the buyers need to do, and I remember the days when properties might have 2 or 3 deals fall apart, and each buyer would do their own inspection, and interestingly, different things would often be identified by different inspectors. So it's not uncommon that the person who receives and pays for an inspection is not going to share it with someone else. They need to perform their own inspection. So I think that's fairly normal. Yeah.
Yeah, so we did ask why the crane company shared the data to ENC. ENC said that's actually the property of ENC, the environmental report, and they did share it with the city. So I'm just wondering if they are already willing to share with the administration, and the administration come to city council want to get authorization of a bond, then city council should also have access to this data. So that's just what I think. If city council couldn't see this, then I assume city should do its own inspection.
Are you saying that the city was provided, the administration was provided with the, just an
City-
environmental report?
Yeah, comprehensive environmental report.
Okay.
Also, if I remember correctly, they said have 1,800 pages of,
Oh,
or 1,900.
hang on,
okay.
hang on. One at a time. Why can't I see better? Go ahead.
I remember 1900, but it was very long. They did say it was clean, but they said that it had been provided to the administration, and they said it had been referenced in our materials. I wasn't able to find it, but I believe we got an email, and I have had so many emails, possibly this afternoon, from the solicitor saying something about this environmental report. So you have it? No. No.
Hang on. Okay. Are you all set, Councilor
Yeah.
McKee? Okay. Councilor Yuan.
So I got the email, yesterday, I think. Let me see. Get confused. Too many emails. And it's the lawyer of ENC sent the email and CC'd to you, and the solicitor say ENC has no obligation to give City Council access of environmental report. So that's I don't know if later they send the email. I didn't check email for last couple hours. And also, I'm wondering if City Council couldn't have access to that data, does the city plan to have its own independent inspection? You don't have to do comprehensive environmental report, but for inspection, any property transaction, you need an inspection. Each buyer do its own inspection. So I'm just asking if the city is going to do that.
Is that a question? Is that something you can field, Mr. Walker? Or?
Through you, Madam Chairwoman, this is somewhat news to me, so I'd have to talk to the team and figure out exactly what conversations took place, what was shared, what wasn't shared, what's available, what's not available.
Okay. It would certainly seem that, like I said, if ENC isn't willing to provide it, that's understandable. But if they provided it to the administration and not provided it to this body, then that's a different animal. So if we could try to find that out. Councilor Mahoney?
Just for clarification, so, and I don't know about the email, so was it, I just want to know, was it Solicitor Timmons that said we couldn't have it, or was it the college that said we couldn't have it?
Oh, hang on a second.
It's the lawyer of ENC sent the email say ENC has no obligation to give access to City Council of environmental report. But he did say he provided that report to City on May 5th, if I remember correctly.
Hang on.
What I would suggest is that we should not be having to ask. We shouldn't actually. I don't even understand the value of having any city councilors go and sit with the president and a board member. This is a sale, and typically you would not. That's just a strange thing that we were asked to do. It came in late on a Friday afternoon saying, whatever the email said, suggesting that people are watching and they want to talk to you. Well, that's great, but we're not here to talk to the seller. We're the buyer, and the city's the buyer, and we're the city council, the finance team, that has to look at the finances. This isn't about personalities, it's not about the location. The location's beautiful. The city's finances are at $1.8 billion. And I must add that there's been no other mayor that's ever got to spend $1.8 billion, and I bet you if they did, they would have been able to do just as much and accomplish just as much. But at the same time, we have $1.8 billion worth of debt, and we also have a downtown that we can't figure out the diff. We're now not going to sell the Messina lot. We're going to sell another property that's worth not next to what I think you need to sell, because it was just sent to us today. I think the Seville property is worth $415,000, and we're going to sell that. So maybe we'll get $600,000, $700,000 for that. But the point is that when we were here the last time, we can talk to the college. And I don't want to talk to the college because the college is for sale. I didn't negotiate the deal. And it doesn't matter if it's June 15th or some other time. That's an arbitrary date for me, as far as I'm concerned. What we're being asked to do is buy this property and save ENC, which it's a nice thought to think you're saving ENC, but you're not saving ENC, you're saving, ENC is not going to stay. It's going to be sold to a developer. It's going to be sold to a different developer, and they're going to develop that area over there. So I want to protect that neighborhood, but we also have to look at it in the sense of how we can protect the taxpayers too, because it's very expensive what we're talking about. Just to put into perspective, $1.8 billion in the city of Quincy with 103,000 people, the debt per capita per person, not per voter, per person, is close to $18,000. So when you think about that, in my family, it's a family of 5. 5 of us are on the hook for $18,000 if something was to happen. So that's why we're struggling with this. We're looking for a way to do this. And when we're looking at this presentation that was provided to us and the economics of this deal, what I'm seeing is if we get 100% of this right, we'll be okay. But there's no sensitivity reporting where it's like, but what if it's only 75%? What if it's 50%? What if you don't hit all your marks? What if it's like the Messina property that we bought in 2018, and then we had a $300 million developer come into the downtown, promised us a tower, and promised us a performing arts center, and walked away. We don't have that $300 million. We never got the answer to what happened to that $300 million, but we could own that property, and it could end up costing the taxpayers money, and we have to be careful about that. But when we go further and we ask questions like, we want more things sold, we get the Seville, the Siena comes off, we get the Seville, that's just not enough. So the message to the city right now is, we can come back on Monday night, but we need to bring more to the table to be able to make this something that we can all get behind. And if the city councilor is asking for something and the city got it, we have the right to have it, especially when we're making a decision like this. So, that's something we should be able to have. And I'm not quite sure what's happening here, but when we ask for things, we're not able to get. Oh, so we just got it. It's not, so I don't have my phone, so I can't say. But we just got it, so thank you, we just got it, but it's not the comprehensive report. So thank God we got it at 6:20.
Okay, thank you. If I could take a little privilege and move on to I want to add something about the meeting that you had. I'm trying to have a little bit of structure here. Okay. I was not there at the meeting. I was not able, my schedule didn't allow, and I really didn't have any questions for the seller, but I commend you, Councilor McGee and Councilor Yuan, for taking the time to see what information might be gleaned from that, so.
So I just wanted to thank them actually for having that. I tend to want to get as much information from as many sources as possible and just kind of lay it out and move it around and put it into tables. So I was quite glad to be able to have that opportunity, and I just wanted to thank them for that.
Okay, thank you. So if I could, for those of us that were able to tour most of the buildings we got into, I will say, as a real estate agent, I'll just give kind of my first summary. The campus has been surprisingly well-maintained despite being closed for, over a year. It seems like they have 1.5 people that are mowing and kind of taking care of the place. They are using it for police training, but it's not being all messed up. I was glad to see that. I guess they bring in the dogs and do that kind of exercise. The buildings some of the buildings are really old and some are, mid-century modern, I guess, but they've been well-maintained. I think Eastern Nazarene College has been really good stewards, and it seems like the gentleman who gave us the tour, his story was that he came there because his kid was a freshman, and, his plan was to get whatever tuition benefit was that, and 20-plus years later, he was still there. So he's there to close the place up, but the one building that I did find very kind of sad and disappointing was the Cove Fine Arts Center. It had been used for the immigrant processing, and so that building had seen a lot of activity. It had also been stripped of all of the audiovisual equipment. Unfortunately, Eastern Nazarene had a kind of a fire sale, yard sale, and so some of the things that would be would have been useful for the purposes that we've been discussing here are not, they would have to all be redone. So that's kind of unfortunate because I'm sure they sold the stuff for pennies on the dollar. The gym was in pretty good shape. The dormitories, all of the housing, nothing was unlivable, I thought. So it's surprisingly, I was pleasantly surprised at the condition of the buildings. The question is, how would we continue to keep them from deteriorating if we were to make this purchase? Because, someone's been there pretty much every day, full-time. So that's sort of my 2 cents on the condition of the buildings. The grounds, of course, are beautiful. It's still a very peaceful place to be, but I'll open it up. Councilor McGee?
Yeah, so I just wanted to say that, I've seen the Save ENC signs in the neighborhood, protect our neighborhood, and I get it. I live in the neighborhood myself, and I love walking through there. I love trees. Those trees are gorgeous. As I've been looking through these materials, I think what's behind the Save ENC signs is the idea to sort of keep the campus more or less as it is, so it's still the same beautiful, open. No? Okay, maybe I've got that all wrong then, but it seemed like there was a desire not to put a big development on there. So I guess maybe I don't fully understand what Save ENC is. I have various, sorry, could I just continue? I've got a list of things I've made. So one of them is of values, and hopefully some of these will resonate with you. Keep the campus more or less as it is, so that the community can enjoy the open and communal areas, and people don't seem to want to see a large residential development dominate the space. Control the property. So it seems like many folks are worried about what could happen if a developer's in the driver's seat. Have space for community uses, so the library, art center, and athletic facilities. Expanding home ownership and housing options, so Quincy kids could buy their first homes via ENC's sale and purchase either the ENC-owned homes or on surrounding streets, or those vacated by people who move into senior housing. Address flooding. There's a lot of flooding in the area, and campus trees, save the campus trees, and they also help flooding. Protect the marshes, and minimize debt. That's something else that I've heard a lot about. So those are my list of values. I've been making a little table of all of that. But in terms of keeping the campus more or less as it is, which people in this room are saying maybe isn't what they mean by Save ENC, the city's plans do call for, let's see, I calculated it out, selling or leasing 73% of the main campus to a developer for senior housing. So while the library and art center and gym, field, marshes would remain long-term, I just want to clarify that the city's plans, as we have them, are to sell or lease about 3/4 of the property. So in that sense, it's going to be a different campus. In fact, if you look at the slideshow that was posted online, you can see one possible idea, and I know that it's not the full idea, but you can see where the buildings are, and quite a bit in the middle of the campus, there's buildings, and there would be a loss of trees. I can't really see. I know that the administration says that there would be something put in the documents to save it. There's trees all over, so I don't know how that would work, and the plans presented do show buildings in the center rather than trees. So I just wanted to say that, and then I have a long list of other things, but I'll let other people talk.
Thank you. Oh, sorry about that. Anyone else who hasn't spoken? Councilor DeBona?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate you councilors going out and doing some due diligence and getting out into the property and finding out information. I think the biggest thing that I had gotten over the last 48 hours, as this resides all on Ward 5, is I said, why don't I reach out to all the Ward 5 councilors over the last 40 years. So I called Dan Minton, I called Doug Guttrow, I called Kirsten Hughes, I called Steve Durkin and Chuck Phelan. The last 5 counselors that sat in the role that you're sitting in right now, Maggie McGee. And I asked them all the same questions first. How do you feel about ENC? And there was a striking resemblance of all 5 of them saying, it's a one-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and I've dealt with these folks for 40, 50 years plus amongst all 5 of them, and that it's good for the city. They gave different comments on different things and different perspectives. I had the privilege and honor to serve with 3 of them, Kirsten Hughes for 4 years, Chuck Phelan for 4 years, and Dan Minton for 2 years. Now I sit with you now for the last 6 months. I had the privilege with Doug Guttrow, who's on the council while I was on the school committee, and Steve Durkin, I've known him for quite a while. He served on the school committee as well as the council. But they all lived in Ward 5 and represented all the constituency of Ward 5 for the last 40 plus years. I wanted to hear from their perspectives, and it was all the same in common goal is to work for the residents that live and abut that area, but also it benefits the entire city. So,
Okay.
I'd also like to add that they were counselors that not only were 100% with the mayor. I'll go back on Doug Guttrow for a minute. 2015, he was a candidate to run for mayor that year, and he lost, obviously, and he went back onto the school committee. He went onto the school committee, I went onto the council, and he was so for this. He was like, I think the mayor is right on this, and that, you know, the city council can have a lot of dictation on this. All 5 of them talked about how important it was for the city council to be involved in this process. I think there's a line in the sand where I think some of the councilors are misled that it's going to be the mayor to dictate this. I think what has happened and transpired is there's a living, breathing document that's in front of us. It's actually an organism that is online, that is in front of us today. It's a blueprint of what the administration wants to do to move forward. And it involves us, the city council. I know that Maggie McGee and Walter Hubley sit on the Affordable Housing Trust Committee, and I previously did, and Deb Riley now sits on the Community Preservation Committee. Those 2 bodies, committees are going to have some involvement with this, and it's going to come back to here, the city council. I think what we need to also understand is we also win on this. The city council wins. It's not just the mayor. It's not just the abutting people that live in that particular area. It's not the city of Quincy. The city council wins. If we all work together, this can work. You're in here for the next 18 months. Unless you do something illegal, you're going to be in here for the next 18 months. If this gets approved, they got to come back to the city council for a lot of appropriations. A lot of different things have to come back here to this body of government. And that's where your role comes in. You want to be part of that role. You don't want to let somebody else dictate this, somebody else make the decisions for us. We have a role here. We have a fiduciary responsibility, especially in Ward 5, for those particular abutters. I got a really good email from Joanne Bragg, and she served 16 years on the school committee. She's an abutter in that area. And I says, all 5 of them, and Joanne Bragg, I talked to in the last 48 hours. So I wanted to get a perspective of not 3 weeks ago, but right now. And she brought up some really good things. She goes, no, I was on the school committee. I was one of the people that advocated and voted for Beechwood Knoll to reopen. I went to Point, it's closed. They closed some schools down. Beechwood Knoll was closed. And in that time period of being closed, she said that the community center was inside Beechwood Knoll. And when she opted to have the kids go back into the school, an elementary school, and they lost the community center. She talked about this could be a great campus for the community center for Ward 5. She also talked about a senior center. She said, it's packed up there at the Council on Aging Kennedy Center. It'd be a nice place where we could also have senior Olympics, senior type of activities there. I said, wow, that's really nice. So I wanted to talk to all 5 counselors, and then I wanted to talk to a perspective that abuts that property that actually served as a school committee for 16 years. And they all had a common goal of reaching out and helping the residents. They talked about East Elm Ave that abuts it. They talked about Sachem Street, which abuts it. They were really, really on board. Hey, listen, you know what? We got to work together on this. So I just wanted to give you a little perspective. And I would, if I would give you any advice or an observation, is reach out to all of them. Ask them how their role was to represent Ward 5. Because this is a one-in-a-lifetime opportunity. As an at-large counselor, whenever I serve with the ward counselors, I like to let you take the lead. And in your particular situation, tag, you're it. You are in that role. And I'm glad you're doing your due diligence, but I would suggest you reach out to them. Ask them, I asked them, what would be your role if you were sitting up here as a Ward 5 counselor? And they kind of gave the same spiel. It was good to talk to Kirsten. I haven't talked to her in years. And we talked about kids, but we also talked about how important it was. It was good to talk to Doug. I hadn't talked to Doug in a few years, too. I see him here and there, but for them to all say the same common denominator made me think how important it is that this is to the city. And as an at-large, I always try to work with those ward counselors, regardless of where we disagree, whatever the case may be. We have an obligation to represent the residents that abut that particular project and the city of Quincy. So with that, I'm just going to leave it open to whatever you guys want to talk about, but I'm just going to give you a little different perspective of the former people that said it before. And they also said another thing is they said, Bill Delahunt and Steve McGrath would have been calling, and they would have been in their office going, this is really important for the city. So I don't know if they've reached out to, thank you. They were also Ward 5 counselors at one point too. So there's a big legacy of Ward 5 counselors that we just talked about, and you're in the role now. So everybody's kind of looking to you to see what you really basically do. Because really, in a nutshell, typically, if the ward counselor is on board with the project in that particular ward, the other ward counselors actually go along with it. Because at some point, you're going to need their vote for something in their particular ward. So people ask me all the time, they say, well, how are they going to get 6 votes? And I said, Ward 5 council is the most important because that's the person who represents that particular area. So I'm glad you're doing your due diligence. I would extend it a little bit further with doing a little bit more until Monday night. And hopefully you have the wisdom to come around and your other ward councilors will come on board. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilor DeBona. Councilor Hubley?
Thank you, Chair Riley. So just up front, again, thank you, Chair Riley, for creating this space for us to have this conversation because we're coming up on the deadline that, as we learned tonight, ENC isn't willing to kick out. So first of all, thank you for that. Thank you to Councilor Yuen and McKee for following up on meeting with the chair and the president of ENC. I think it seems like it was a very useful conversation. You probably got something out of it, and I appreciate you sharing that experience. And also, Councilor DeBona, thank you for, or through you, Chair Councilor DeBona, thank you for reaching out to past councilors. I think that's valuable perspective because I think when you're a past councilor, you look back and say, I wish I knew now, which I knew then what I know now. And I think that's a valuable experience. I know in my role in Ward 3, I'm often reaching out to past Ward 3 councilors just to get their perspective, their domain knowledge. I've been in the ward my entire life, but I don't know everything. So it's very useful, and that was a great idea, Councilor DeBona. I was thinking about the past, because we're coming down on crunch time here, and we've got over the weekend, really, I was going to just bury my head in all this paperwork and try to come up with the logic behind a decision on a vote. And it occurred to me from listening to the conversations we've had over the past several weeks on this matter that not all of us have a history in commercial real estate transactions or transactions of this size and magnitude. And so I'm on, not, I don't consider this a career. This is something I'm doing to serve my community. But I'm on my third career on day jobs. I was a technologist for about 25 years in the telecommunication industry and software development. Then I did a stint in education, and now for the past 8 years, I've been working for a real estate developer in affordable housing. And each of those things I bring with me, and they inform my decision-making today. From technology, it informs a lot of my thoughts on our thoughts about the broadband network that's been contemplated. And especially more recently, my past 8 years being in real estate development, nothing in Quincy, in being in real estate development for affordable housing, I've been involved in, my primary responsibility in that role is I work with design and construction and real estate development. And in that role, whether it's a product I have down in Provincetown, whether it's a project I have in Far Rockaway, New York, or the Bronx, whether it's Louisville, whether it's one that we're looking at in Chinatown, I'm involved in one in Greenfield as well, Massachusetts. I'm sometimes involved from the early prospecting stage, where I'll go out to the site if it's in the area, but as far as Connecticut is usually where I go. But we function in about 18 different states here in the United States. And so sometimes I'm part of the due diligence, sometimes I'm part of the hold period strategy. I'm not part of the financing, that's not my superpower, to use your words, Councilor Riley. But I'm in infrastructure, and being involved in, I did some calculations today. I've been personally involved with, for the past 8 years, in about 130 large real estate transactions and developments across the country. And that's from beginning to end until we're renting out units. In fact, just finished one over the bridge with Pine Street Inn just this past year. And when I compare those experiences to this experience, there are some parallels. And when it comes to the conceptual phase of a development, I mean, you'd be surprised when we sketch out a building, and then it goes from conceptual, goes to due diligence, conceptual, schematic design, design development, construction design, and then construction. It goes through so many changes. I mean, especially in the upfront part. Buildings lose floors, we lose buildings, it changes, buildings multiply. There's just a lot of fluidity. And over the past 8 years of doing this, I've developed a certain comfort level of uncertainty, right? We could spend our entire time talking about different scenarios of what if this and what if this doesn't work, and yes, most plans are success-based. But when I look at this, I start to think about what's the floor and what's the ceiling of the deal, right? So I don't focus on the best case, I don't focus on the worst case, I focus on what's really gonna happen, which is somewhere in the middle. Right? It's not all going to work out as we plan, I guarantee you. In fact, I don't think any of the 130 projects which have turned over thousands of affordable housing units across the country, none of them ended up the way they started. I can tell you for a fact, none of them. Some of them that started off 4 stories high became 6. Some of them that started off 6 became 2. It's a really fluid thing. And until you get into it, you're not into it. And so reason I'm sharing this, since we've created this space that seems to be a pretty fluid agenda, is just to share that perspective. And when I look at what's being put in front of us, I realize sometimes there seems to be some gaps and uncertainty and about what about this and what about this. So I guess I would encourage, based upon, if I were to share some experience, I would recommend that the council look at it from that perspective. What's the floor? What's the ceiling? And I've done the same thing in business deals that I've done in my life, where I've had investment opportunities. I look at the floor, look at the ceiling, and I predict it's going to be somewhere in the middle. We're not going to get everything we want. It's not going to be perfect. We're going to lift up a rock and find something under it. It's just the way this business works. It's just the way this business works. So I would say, don't look at all the uncertainty with a high level of uncomfortableness. Realize that's part of the gig. This is the gig. We're not going to know how this is going to turn out, but I think from what I've seen so far, this is a decent base of information. And so what I did last week was I compiled what I find to be the relevant documents and sent them out to all my constituents who have signed up for my email list, and I published it online, and I encourage anyone to go and take a look at it. Does it have everything? No. And we're not going to know everything. But I think we have to look at this, we have to listen to our constituents, listen to those who went before us, listen to our colleagues, and then realize this isn't going to be perfect, and it's also not going to be terrible. It's going to be somewhere in between. And so I just kind of wanted to share that perspective as we go into the final 4 or 5 days. I haven't counted. I don't even know what day it is, for God's sakes. But I just encourage everyone to look at it from that perspective, because that's how I'm looking at it. So that's all I have right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Hume. Councilor Ash?
Thank you, Madam Chair. To follow up on those comments from Councilor Hubley, you know, what I gleaned from a lot of the sentiments the last meeting we discussed this was that we really wanted to make sure that there are provisions within this deal, some implied and some expressly stated, in which we know that the potential comes back to us and that we're able to revisit it from time to time, which I don't think is an unreasonable ask or request. So I wanted to share the list of what the council would need approval to move forward in the future. So if the property is acquired in the future, the administration would come back to the council for the following: transfer of funds from the Drainage Rehabilitation Fund to offset the portion of the purchase cost attributable to the creation of flood protection infrastructure, approval of the sale of each of the 12 existing residential lots, approval of the sale of the 4 Residence A lots that are to be created, approval of the sale of each of the condominium units, approval of any funds recommended by the Community Preservation Committee to offset the portion of the purchase, approval of the sale of other city lands to be divested, approval of the sale of land or long-term ground lease for senior housing, approval of the lease agreements for multi-year leasing of space for pre-K or after-school programs, and approval of any lease agreement for multi-year leasing of the Cove Arts Center. And we do all have that list in this packet as provided. I found that to be very helpful, and I think that that's something we'll be taking into consideration in these final days of deliberations as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone else who hasn't spoken? Okay. Councilor McGee?
Yeah, so I just want to address some of the things that Councilor DeBona mentioned, and I'll address a little bit of what other folks have said too. So I certainly don't imagine that, that there's going to be a perfect scenario. Everything has a trade-off. The reason I'm asking questions is to understand what those trade-offs are for every option. And that is what I believe our job is at the City Council. It is to ask questions, to understand things, and to push back sometimes to say, oh, I don't know if this number is right. I definitely care what constituents think. I have been reading every email. I have been taking calls. I have been talking to people, went for a walk with someone. I understand how much this area means. I've also been talking to people who equally say, don't you dare buy this, blah, blah, blah. So I just want to say that people have different thoughts about this, and everyone has different values. Just asking questions does not, to me, seem like a problem, and that's a culture change, I think, here, because we haven't had a lot of questions sometimes. So, but my feeling is that my job is to ask questions, to listen to folks, and to try to do the very best job to make a good decision for the majority of residents. And whether I know that folks have repeatedly come up and said, one and done, you're out of here after 2027, in 2027. I have to say that that doesn't scare me, because I have a 2-year job and I will do the very best job. I am working so hard to try to understand everything. So That's how democracy works. It's a 2-year term. People can run for office. I encourage them to run for office. But again, I'm not going to be making decisions based on maybe another ward councillor wants to do a deal in their ward, so I'm going to make a vote based on that. My votes are going to be based on what I feel is the best decision given every piece of information I have, and sometimes that's going to prove unpopular with some people, and I'm okay with that. So that's what I want to say.
Thank you. Councilor Jacobs?
Hi, good evening. I also want to just echo some of the things I just heard here that I found a little sad. You know, through this whole thing, I saw in the Patriot Ledger a couple of weeks ago that the mayor and some of other city officials had this great tour of the campus, and they did this expose in the Patriot Ledger. Did anyone here get invited to that? No. No one here got invited to that, but we're the ones sitting here making the decision for the money. Does that make sense? I don't think so. So then that was brought up at a previous city council meeting, and we asked Mr. Walker, hey, when are we gonna get in there and see the ENC property? Mr. Walker, did you schedule that tour? No, he didn't. Who did schedule that tour? Oh, the Ward 5 City Councilor, Maggie McKee. Thank you, Maggie. You know who wasn't there? At-large DeBona, not there. He wasn't there.
Ann Mahoney there?
He wasn't there. I'm just saying he wasn't there.
Ann Mahoney wasn't there.
So what I'm saying is, excuse me, I'm talking.
Excuse
You-
me.
You
Order,
spoke- excuse me.
order,
You spoke.
order.
You spoke.
Order.
It's my turn. So, I mean, from
Councilor
Ward 1.
Jacobs has the floor.
From Ward 1, you know, I'm not really very familiar with the area. I do have family that lives in the area now, and I am much more familiar with this area because of Maggie McKee. So I just want to make that aware. I mean, the administration, they want us to come for $22.5 million. They have done nothing to help us get there. One thing we've asked is we have a large amount of properties that we could sell. Okay, we could sell, and we could reduce the amount of debt that could potentially be accrued by this sale. But not only, so they brought forward a plan, but for some properties to be sold. You know, Councilor DeBona said this is a living, breathing document. Well, that's for sure, because we just got a document yesterday that said, oh, the big moneymaker in the sale, hey, that's off the table. That just happened in the last 48 hours. So the big money, the big tipping sale that we could have made to kind of reduce some of this cost, that's gone. And instead, they replaced it with the former public buildings building on 50 Seville Ave, which is right behind Quincy High School, which we'd be lucky to get $500,000 for. So we're trading in a lot that we could have sold for, you know, $5-6 million for something that we're going to get $500,000 for. So how does that get us to the point where it's defraying the cost of this project? I want to vote yes. I get your emails. I get, you know, you guys send emails and you say, you got to keep your personal opinions aside and do what's right for the citizens of Quincy. My personal opinion here is we should buy this. What's doing right by Quincy is not buying it. For the financial well-being of the city of Quincy. You can laugh all you want. I also am I think it's a little odd that we're sitting up here talking about, oh, we're going to get reelected, we're not going to get reelected. I don't think we should be up here talking about that at all. I don't ever recall in all the years, my dad's over here, he's been dragging me out to these city council meetings for years, anybody, Peter Colson, Dan Raimondi, Frank McCauley, I never recall any of them sitting up here talking about how they were going to get reelected in 18 months. That is like a new low. I think we need to move away from that. I think that that's not someplace we really want to go. You know, so I'm hoping that the administration is listening, that they're thinking about other properties that we have in the city that we can sell for the people who live in this neighborhood, who are clearly asking for help, and for the people that are out here. We're telling you, we want to do this. Call the mayor, email the mayor. We have 80 properties. Please, can we sell them? The Monroe Building is in Ward 1. It's right next door. I'm the Ward 1 counselor. If the mayor called me up, I'd say, yep, go ahead, sell it. He has not done that, okay? We got 3 properties, or 2 properties just beyond Dimmock Street, next to the Historical Society, which we bought. Let's sell them. We're not putting the Performing Arts Center there. Let's sell it. It's in Ward 1. I'm the Ward 1 counselor. Fine, go ahead, do it. We have a marina down on Southern Artery. Goodbye. We don't need it. Those are the properties. We could buy this thing, and I would gladly vote. All of those properties are in Ward 1. And I don't think the people in Ward 1 would bat an eye to see any of those gone. And though the proceeds from that, just the proceeds from potentially the Monroe Building and the marina are equal to about $22.5 million. Call him up, email him. It's in his court. Let him sell them. We don't want them. We don't need them. We do want this, and you guys need this. So that's what we need to do. So, you want to email me, that's great. That's what I'm going to say. That's just a very small amount of the portfolio that we have that we can sell. So email him, call him, have him do it. But just know that, what I do know about this project doesn't come from the person sitting next to me, comes from the person sitting next to him. And she is giving me information about this. That's what I'm hearing. Thank you.
Quiet. Are you all set, Counselor Jacobs?
I'm all set, thank you.
Counselor Ryan, you haven't said anything. I just want to give you a chance before I go to other people who have already spoken once. Hang on.
Madam Chair. So I also visited the site, and it's absolutely a beautiful area. We toured a couple of the buildings, and they were in very good shape. We toured some of the single-family homes, but we could only view the outside. They would not let us go inside. What I also did after that, too, was I examined the appraisal report. And all of the single-family homes had a market analysis with a designation of extraordinary assumptions. What this means is that no interior inspections were completed, exterior only. Now, that means that if the building is in generally average condition and the inside is considered to be in average condition. The assessed value is a little different than what they had determined the market value to be, but it gave me a pretty good idea of what the properties, the price that they could be sold for. It definitely would not be market value. It would be below market value, as we all probably know. But it just gave me a better idea of what the single-family homes, what type of condition they were in on the outside, and the possible sale price. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor Ryan. Anyone else? Counselor Hubely?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Riley. So my remarks earlier were not at all prepared. It was a stream of consciousness. In fact, I'm going to watch it later just to see what the heck I said. But to that, one thing I did realize I omitted, which was part of my equation when evaluating this opportunity, and that is this. Well, first, what Councilor Ryan just did is a good example of looking at the floor and looking at the ceiling, right? We know there's going to be a range. But anyway, what I omitted earlier, which I thought I would remember to say, which is another dimension that I'm looking at this is from an opportunity cost. And what I mean by that is, if you take a look at the values this acquisition represents, meaning the things, I focus first on the things we intend to keep. What would it cost to otherwise reap that value? Right? What would it cost to get a updated, new and improved, larger public library? What would it cost to have childcare and educational services? I don't even know if you can put a price on the trees, frankly. What would it cost? What other mechanism by which would we be able to do the stormwater and flooding mitigation done in that area? I don't know that we have many other opportunities for doing those types of things. So there's the monetary value of the deal, but then there's the intrinsic value, and then you got to think to yourself, is there even a possibility to do any of this stuff otherwise? So anyway, that's what I omitted, and I just wanted to add that in, so thank you for indulging.
Thank you. Anyone else? I had a couple of comments that I wanted to, since listening to all of your comments, I did write a few notes. I too am not conducting myself up here with the intention of getting reelected, and I feel like it is becoming more of a campaign pitch than anything else. So we are doing the best job that we can for 2 years. So far, it's proven to be rather exhausting, so I'm not sure what I want to do in 2 years, so I'm not worried about that, and I'm not worried about trading votes with my fellow councilors. One of the things we have to ask ourselves is, if we decide to move forward with this, what as a community are we willing to give up? Are we willing to give up the Performing Arts Center? I haven't heard it. The Presidential Library. Are we willing to give up our seawalls? Are we willing to give up, any of a number of things that have been on sort of the city's wish list? I haven't heard that. The senior center is not, a new senior center was definitely something that was on the wish list when the community meeting was held, and we have not heard once that is a proposed use. And I know I go to the senior center a lot because it's a great place, and it's a real bargain. If you're over 60, you should definitely be a member there. And I have not heard that. So, another thing I kept hearing was things about the past and consulting with people that have held these positions. We are making decisions for the future. We are making decisions for the future generation. And it's important. It is definitely a unique opportunity, but it is also an incredible financial burden that we will be assuming for the next generation. The other thing I'll say is, this is not a ward matter. This is going to be a burden and a benefit to everybody in the city. And equally, I am hearing, equally 30% of the people want to move forward with this, no matter what the risk and cost. 30% think it's absolutely insane, and 30% are indifferent. They don't really care. And I every single day, I'm getting pretty much the same feedback from people. One of the things that needs to happen in order to sell those single-family homes is the lots need to be subdivided. That takes a surveyor. They've got to be mapped out. I know that some of the properties have easements, some don't have parking. There's some things that need to be worked out, and then those documents need to be recorded at the Registry of Deeds. How long is that going to take? I don't know. How expensive is that going to be? I don't know. But it's going to take some time before we can even sell those properties. The marshes are essentially valueless. So my feeling is, whoever ends up with this property is probably going to just give them to the city, because they haven't been well maintained, and they're kind of a little bit of a, they're going to take some money to get ecologically back online. So I think whoever ends up with this property is going to probably gladly gift the marshes to the city and let us deal with it, because it's one of the things the city's actually very good at. The elder housing, we haven't talked about are they going to be rentals? Are people going to be able to buy them? Again, I have a real estate background. I don't know too many seniors that want to sell their home to rent something. Most seniors still want to buy something and leave something to the next generation. There's also the option of something like a Linden Ponds, where people pay a big upfront amount, usually from the proceeds of the sale of their home. And then they pay maintenance fees, and they don't really own it, but they get all that money back when they pass away and leave it to their family, unless those monies needed to be used to pay their fees or something. But, it's a little different type of legal thing, and then it gets sold to the next person, usually in line, for that type of property. My feeling is the execution of this plan, we only are really hearing about the acquisition and the financing of the acquisition, and that part of the plan seems manageable. It really, truly does. Provided, everything lines up the way we hope, but it's a relatively short-term thing, maybe 2 years or so before we have to have a plan for the longer term. I just feel that the execution needs to be intentional and it needs to be time-bound. The longer that this takes, the more it's going to cost. That's the way it works. When it comes to risk, the difference with a third party coming in and taking this is they are assuming the risk. If something goes sideways, if things take longer, to your point, Councilor Hubley, a ceiling and a floor, the difference between the ceiling and floor is the risk, and that would be a risk that the city is taking on, the taxpayers are taking on. The carrying costs, again, the longer it takes, the more the carrying costs are going to be. And as far as the uses that are proposed, elder housing, after-school programs, community arts, Quincy College athletics, and just to clear up, people are saying move Quincy College there. That's not something I've heard entertained at all. But none of those entities are deep-pocketed entities. They're all going to be sort of nonprofits. So they're not going to have the money to be able to be the ones to carry this financial burden forward. The other thing I forgot to mention in viewing the property is there is a single steam boiler in the campus that feeds 5 or 6 of the buildings. There was asbestos in there. They've had to mitigate asbestos as they've done work over the years. They had to replace, they converted the heating system from oil to gas. Hopefully there's no underground oil tank stored. That would be an environmental disaster. I know my real estate friends can appreciate that. But there is more than likely those steam pipes underneath are probably wrapped in asbestos. If the system was wrapped in asbestos, more than likely, and given the age of when everything was done. As far as provisions, I've mentioned the deadlines, and that's the thing that gives me pause is, we really can't have this be an open-ended, we'll figure it out kind of plan. That is the notes that I had from all of the contributions and comments that you folks have all made. I do want to give us a little bit of a break before we have to go into our budget session, so I'd like to give everybody one more chance for a couple of minutes. Councilor DeBona?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Jacobs, there we go. Sorry about that.
That's okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. I think good hearing from everybody, even though we may not always agree. But here's what it really comes down to. Basically, I don't know who you've been talking to, or you've been talking to, or you. I know the people that I'm talking to that are coming to me, 9 out of 10 people want to do this. They want to do the ENC transaction. They think it's a benefit for the city. So how does it fall into the city council's realm to have control? You essentially have all control because there's an oversight committee, and every 3 months you could have a continuation of what's going on with progress. You can have an oversight committee in September, December, March, and June, 3 months apart, to say, where are we on this plan? Where are we on this breathing document? How are we doing this? What's going on? And you have to also understand that there's going to be a lot more other votes that have to come through in front of this body. And you could say, well, how are we doing with this? So you go back to this product, this ENC, acquisition, and you say, well, where are we on what was in the blueprint? And I think we're forgetting that you're a city council. We can have them come in at any time and have a deliberation about how we're doing on the acquisition of this property. I think you're forgetting that aspect of it. That's, I think, why you got elected, to represent and have the accountability of this. So I look at it very differently. I've talked about former councils that I've served with. I just understand what they would be saying, what they would be thinking. And listen, that's why you're up here. And everybody's got different personalities, different way of looking at things. But I think the council's missing the boat where you think this just, the mayor now has dictation, and the administration, they're going to do what they want. Well, they have to come back to the council for a lot of these situations and acquisitions, and there's a lot of wetlands on that property. That has to come back here for use of this, and you're talking about use. If you give this to another developer, we may not be able to have any right there could be a called by right with the Dover Amendment where they could come in and do whatever they want. I've seen this happen with the ENC 2 years ago, and it worked out very well. I'm going to be honest with you. ENC was in a financial bind, we knew this, and they decided to have people, migrants come in and live inside the facility. And it worked out very well. I talked to all the abutters of the property, and they said it actually really worked out well, and it was very highly run, really positive. Someone lives right out the doorway from it, said it actually went really well. And we had a discussion about that at Beechwood Knoll School, and it was packed. It was packed with people with concerns. And they did it without any authorization to the city. The same thing can happen now. They could do things without any input from any of us. None of you 9 will be able to represent your constituency. They're going to have the green light to do whatever they want. So we have an opportunity to do this, and you have time to think about this over the next couple days, over the weekend until we get to Monday. As you said, they're not going to extend it after June 15th. Thank you for getting that information. I'm actually glad you did your due diligence, and rather than hearing it hearsay from anybody else, you did it on your own, which is great. But I think I want the ball in our hands, the city council's hands, to have control of this. It's not going to just be control outside. So it's just a thought. Listening to everyone, I kind of get a realm of where everybody's at right now, and hopefully you come to the senses that we could get control. The city council can actually get control of this property and have a lot of dictation on what we're going to do with it. I think that's where I think some of you, I think it's called a leap of faith. You're going to have to take a leap of faith that it's going to come back to this body, and we're going to have some dictation on control of the property. And I think that's going to happen. I really do. I thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else want to make a, Councilor Yuan, I'll let you go next. Councilor Yuan.
Hello. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. So I have heard from residents asking, besides these $22.5 million bonds for ENC, what other bonds are down the road waiting for them? That's why I introduced an order to ask the city provide 2 fiscal year bonding plan and big projections, which need a bond authorization at a city council meeting May 15th. And the order was approved 8-1 by the city councilors, but the administration didn't provide this 2 fiscal year plan. So for city councilors and the residents, without seeing the full picture of these 2 fiscal years capital improvement plan, and just get those projects give to them one by one, then how can you see if you can afford all the projects, or you have to choose the priorities? Because the city already in the $1.8 billion debt, and the property tax keep increase. People really worry about that. That's a real concern. So why not put all those projects planned in for these 2 fiscal years, put on the table, let residents and the city councilors discuss if we can afford all of them, like issue bonds for all the projects. If we can, that's great. If not, then we really have to make a choice. So I think that's also for transparency and accountability. If you just come up the projects one by one, that's no plan for the city of this size. Even couldn't provide a 2 fiscal year capital improvement plan. That's just unimaginable. Usually the practice is a 5 years capital improvement plan. So I I observe like when all the presentations about ENC, about all those materials, administration can quickly put up the beautiful presentation and all the materials. That's because they want it. But for something they don't want it, like this 2 fiscal year capital improvement plan, they just refuse to give any information. I don't know why city doesn't want to residents and the city councilors have a clear picture of this 2 fiscal year to be really responsible for taxpayers.
Thank you, Counselor. Anyone else? Oh, I'm going to go to Counselor Ash first, if you don't mind. Go ahead, Counselor Ash.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think first, something more general, I don't want to be naive to the fact that people may reach out to each of us for different reasons, and they may have a preconceived notion on where we stand on something, which is why they feel more comfortable reaching out to each of us with their perspective if they think that we are more inclined to agree with them. So I think all of us, I hope, and my goal is certainly that everybody in the city really, but everybody in specifically in my ward feels comfortable with whatever side of an issue to reach out to me and give me their opinion. But I think if we're all talking about constituents that we speak to and that reach out to us, be naive not to recognize that there may be people that don't give us their opinion because they don't think that we agree with them. And there may be constituents that reach out to other counselors that may feel more inclined with them on a certain issue. So I think I would just, everybody keep that in mind. I know that we know that in our head, and that's how we're all governing, but I think for purposes of this conversation, that's important to keep in context. With respect to this idea of selling properties, I understand, Councilor Jacobs, you brought it up at the last meeting. I understand kind of the idea behind it. I don't know what we could put in place now, between now and Monday, June 15th, that is going to be some assurance that could happen. I guess that's what I'm struggling with. Even if Mr. Walker says right now, we're going to agree to put X property on the market, and then the meeting ends and it goes on the market and it gets taken off the market, or it goes on the market and nobody buys it, or there's a P&S that falls through. I understand the idea. I don't see how it's necessarily a viable option one way or another. So I guess I would just say that. I think that that being said, all of the comments that I've and communications that I've received are generally in favor of the purchase. But I guess I would just put those two things in context. I think it's important for us to put that on the record too. And just not that I don't appreciate the sentiments, but logistically speaking, is there something that can happen between Thursday, June 11th at 8 o'clock and Monday, June 15th at 7 o'clock that is going to change what's in front of us? And I do think what's in front of us is in large part a benefit, but I do hear, certainly the questions and concerns.
Okay. Thank you, Counselor Ash. I'm really going to try to keep this to 5 more minutes because I'm going to need a break before we get into the budget hearings. So I know, Counselor McGee, if you could just try to be as efficient as possible, I will give you 1 more minute.
Okay. So just a few things. The Dover Amendment has been discussed, and that is something that affects religious and educational institutions, and kind of, you still have to go through zoning, but it doesn't, you don't have the same requirements. But ENC was a religious and educational institution, and it doesn't comply with current zoning laws. So we already have something that kind of fits into the Dover Amendment and people were happy with. So just putting that out there. The other thing that I've been thinking about, because I think, control is important, with some of the things that the council would have to approve, it would come sort of towards the end of a process that has already been done. So I'm looking at other ways that no matter who owns the property, the city or another developer, ways for us to kind of maintain control, which I hear is very important to people. So there's some zoning possibility of zoning overlays. There's, what is it called? Planned unit developments, PUDs, that I'm looking at as well. So that would kind of add another layer of control that we could have, which I think would be important to think about. I think that we could do a lot with the property, and I think a lot of wonderful things could happen there. Some of the things will not bring in a lot of money, like libraries, and that's what government is, right? It's not, a money-making scheme, but we also have to kind of make sure that we're able to pay the bills. And so that's where I do think we are at a point. I've been looking at financial audits and S&P and Moody's, and I think we're past the point where we need to sort of start making some hard decisions where we can't just say, let's do this because we want it. We can choose to do it, and it would potentially be wonderful, but then something else has to give. So I am also in favor of selling more properties, and I think if we were to put in like Councillor Ash said, it's hard to know, to say that would guarantee to happen, but I think if there was some way of putting in a requirement that the city would put up for sale X number of properties assessed at X value, we could make this happen, but we have to be willing to make some harder choices, and I think we're really there now because our taxes are going to go up anyway, just because of where we are with our spending and debt. So to kind of limit that, we should make, and we do have a lot of other properties. So I am not closing my door to this, at all. I'm very open. I'm just thinking of ways that we could make it work.
Thank you, Councilor McGee. And President Mahoney, I'm going to give you the last word because, as I said, I need to, hang on, go ahead.
I'll be quick. So I've been listening, and I've been hearing from everybody. I hear from people who want us to vote for this. I hear from people who don't want us to vote for this. But what the most important thing that I think we all want is what's best for the city. And listen, my kids did their Christmas things at the Cove Center, and they went to ENC. I mean, they went to Campus Kinderhouse. I did the logo for Campus Kinderhouse. Eastern Nazarene has a special place in my heart. That area has a special place in my heart. However, when we're looking at this, we're looking at the debt. And I understand what Councilor Ash was saying, but in 48 hours, we took off the Messina property. Why? Because it's in $6.8 million worth of debt. Even if you sell it, you're gonna have to pay off that debt for the DIF. We haven't got the information for the DIF. There's a strategy for the downtown. It's not supposed to, I know you've all heard it, it's not supposed to cost you a dime. It's not supposed to cost you a dime, but they can't prove that it's working that way, right? And we've been asking for the math to back it up. No math's coming from City Hall. I haven't seen it. When I do talk to them, they tell me it's the consultant. The consultant tells us we just do the forecasting. So there's a gap there too. But what I will say is that I have been in touch, and I have said it the last time, and I agree with my fellow councilors. There are properties we can sell. They took off the Messina and they put on Seville. Seville property, 50 Seville Ave, is $411,000. If you get 700, that's going to be a lot for it. It's not making up much of a difference. I think we need to see more of that. And I do think it should be the Monroe Building and potentially the Marina, because what I can tell you about those two things is there is no debt associated with those. That was COVID money that bought those buildings, and they're in the downtown, and they're not backed up to a neighborhood, especially the Monroe Building, and developers would want that. And it would make sense to do it, and we could do that, and when you do that, we can buy ENC. But if you don't do that, we can't. And we can put that into the restrictions. And secondly, I'm just going to say this. While I was on the council, before I got on the council, Hospital Hill had a reverter on it. The promise was that it was going to be 55 and older. The developer was Fox Rock. They got the reverter off, and they were going to come down and do something in the Ross Parking Way. The promise to that neighborhood was it was going to be 55 and older. The control was in our hands, and we picked the developer. We released the reverter. And you know what happened? It didn't happen to be 55 and older. It's 495 units. That's not what that neighborhood was promised. The other thing that happened was that was a PUD. So that very thing that they gave up, because they said to the neighborhood, don't worry, we've got your back. We're going to have this happen. Same administration, same situation. And guess what? They didn't have their back. You can ask anybody up in Hospital Hill. They did not like what happened up there. And it could happen in ENC if we're not careful. And that's all I'm saying. We have not had a track record that tells us that this administration can actually pull off the things they say they're going to pull off. Yes, we can look at the downtown and we can say it's great, but we can't prove that we can pay off the diff. I believe potentially all of the taxpayers are paying for the very thing that we were told wouldn't cost us anything. So I'm trying to really take a look at these things and really understand them so that when I look you in your eyes, I can say, you can afford to live here and know your neighborhood's not going to get destroyed for something. But if you want us to do this, and I do think, rather than call us, we know. I think you need to call the administration and let them know that the Monroe building that was bought with COVID money needs to be sold to a developer in the downtown that can bring in more money for the downtown. And guess what? It will allow us to buy ENC. I throw in the marina too, because the marina is also bought by COVID money. And as far as I know, that's not taking care of the whole city, and it's backed up to, it's behind Cork and Meineke. It's not a very beautiful view there. But you know what? We are not in the business of being realtors. We're a city that's supposed to be taking care of people. And this is a neighborhood that we should be able to do, but not with $1.8 billion worth of debt. We're making national news for the wrong reasons. We're making national news because of your neighborhood. Bloomberg is talking about ENC and the debt-ridden South Shore community called Quincy. So that is stuff that we really have to take seriously because S&P and Moody's have downgraded us. And if we do not do this properly, they will downgrade us again, and then we'll be in further trouble. The second highest debt in our operating budget, the second highest expense in our operating budget is debt. Schools are first, debt is second. Over $90 million being paid out of that operating budget right now for debt. So when people say save our services, I would love to be able to do that, but eventually we won't be able to because debt is going to eat up our operating budget. And if we do this without protecting ourselves, then we will only be hurting ourselves in the long run. So please, if we want to do this, call. I'm sitting right. How many times have I asked you to do that? At least 3 times. Now it's 4. And we could have it in writing, and we would have to sell it, and it would be sold to a developer. I'm positive of it. And it would bring the money that we need in. It would be much more than $700,000. So thank you very much for everybody coming out. I really do appreciate your time and sharing it with us tonight. We do hear you, and we want to do what's right, but if we can't get to that deal, I'm sorry. We will put a PUD on it, so they'll be up here in front of us, whoever's developing in that area. Will either be the city or a developer, but they will be up at this council. And what you want up at this council are people who are going to ask those questions to make sure we are saving your neighborhood. Because ask anybody at Hospital Hill, and they would tell you they would have liked a voice. They came up here, and they begged us, and we couldn't do anything, because we gave that away. We gave that right away. Thank you.
Thank you, President Mahoney. I'm going to adjourn this meeting so we can take 5 minutes before we move into our budget hearing. Thank you. Good evening. I'd like to call to order the Finance Committee meeting for our budget hearings this evening. We've already read the open meeting law, so Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Counselor Ash. Counselor DeBona. Counselor Hughley. Here. Counselor Jacobs. Counselor Mahoney. Counselor McKee. Counselor Ryan. Present. Counselor Yuen. Chairman Riley.
Present.
You have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam. First up, we have Mr. Conlon from Inspectional Services. Welcome. His budget can be found on page 56 of the budget book for those following along. Take it away.
Good evening, everyone. First of all, I'd like to start. I sent you some incorrect information yesterday. I have 3 part-time employees that weren't included, bringing the total to 27.
Okay, thank you.
So I'd just like to give you a brief overview of what my department does.
Mr.
I'll be happy
Conlon,
to
I
answer
think
any-
the mic is not meant for tall people, so you're going to have to try to pull it up a little bit more so that we can
I
hear you.
can't see.
No, you can't.
ISD
Thank
is
you.
Is that better?
Thank you.
ISD is comprised of several smaller departments, including building, plumbing and gas, wiring, zoning board of appeals, conservation commission, code enforcement, weights and measures. ISD is a revenue-generating department. We process over 5,400 applications each year, generating over $3.7 million in revenue. Our annual operating budget is approximately $2.4 million. We have a staff of 27 employees who work closely together to achieve our mission to provide helpful, fair, and consistent services to our citizens. As ISD's workload has increased over the years, our staff has remained relatively the same. We have learned to become much more efficient by acquiring high-speed scanning equipment, online permitting software, and mostly by sharing the load among staff when necessary. We issued over 2,200 building permits for large and small construction projects throughout the city. Each permit application is reviewed to ensure that there's the proper structural elements, sprinkler and fire alarm systems, exits, handicap facilities, emergency lighting, adequate plumbing and gas, adequate power, light and ventilation, and energy compliance. ISD performed over 15,000 inspections during the construction process to ensure new construction or relative buildings are safe for people to occupy. Each year, our inspectors provide safety inspections to over 1,500 existing buildings, including schools, daycares, restaurants and bars, lodging houses, and multifamily residential buildings. Our department answered over 3,000 calls and emails from counselors, citizens regarding complaints of noise, overgrowth, blighted properties, and abandoned vehicles, to name a few. Our clerks have digitized over 30,000 building documents over the past 5 years, making the files available online for free for our citizens. Our archival record files and archive plans are being systematically digitized now. This frees up valuable space in the building department. We issued over 1,000 zoning and building code notices of violations last year. We processed over 150 internal appeals for the tickets and court cases per year. Our zoning clerk prepares about 60 zoning cases a year. The Conservation Commission decided about 30 cases. We offer a free walk-in zoning clinic for our citizens every Thursday afternoon. However, citizens are welcome to stop anytime. Our Weights and Measures Department certified over 600 supermarket scales, taxi and gas station meters, as well as oil truck meters to ensure our citizens are paying the fair and accurate prices. The compliance officer ensures that all workers in public projects throughout the city are being paid the prevailing wage according to city contracts, as well as ensuring the workers have the proper qualifications for the work being performed, the proper apprentice to journeyman ratios are being applied, other duties including inspecting all construction sites, to ensure proper barricades to protect pedestrians are installed, erosion controls in place, sanitary facilities are installed, and there's water on site for dust control. And with that, I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Questions from my fellow councilors? Oops, turn that down a little bit. Councilor Ryan?
Thank you to you, Madam Chair. Mr. Conlon, thank you for coming tonight. I was listening to your speech, and you had mentioned something about digitation going on in your department.
Yes.
Could you expound upon that a little?
We have high-speed scanners downstairs, and two of the clerks are digitizing all the older files, so anybody can look at anything online at some point. Right
Okay.
now, the way our software is set up, you can look at a building permit, but the attachments you can't see, so they're taking all those attachments out of every file and scanning them.
All right, that's great. And when is this project going to be completed?
Probably never, because I mean, we've got thousands of old.
Hey, I just thought I'd ask. Yes, that's true, that's true. Well, I'm glad to see that things are moving forward in inspectional services. Thank you.
Questions? Councilor Yuan was next. Yes, Councilor Yuan.
Thank you. Hello. I have several questions from residents, so it actually help us understand the roles of each staffs. So the first question is clerical staff. The budget appears to include 6 clerical or administrative positions. I would be interested in understanding the workload and the responsibilities that support this staffing level. As more applications, records, and surveys move online, I'm curious how the department's administrative needs have changed over time and whether the current staffing structure remains the most efficient approach. It also be helpful to understand how this compares to similar-sized cities and towns. Sorry, I can't.
You think we have too many clerks?
Yeah, the budget appears to include 6 clerical and administrative positions.
Yes,
So residents interested in understanding the workload and the responsibilities that support this staffing level.
So we have 2 clerks downstairs that are doing the digitizing. One of them is also the keeper of records. We have the clerks upstairs to help the public when they come in, to answer the phone calls, to reply to emails. We also have a clerk for the conservation, part-time, and she also does plumbing, and the other clerk does the electrical permits. So they do all the data entry for the electrical inspectors, and the plumbing clerk does all the data entry for the plumbers. So all the inspections are logged every day by the clerks, and they answer questions during the day.
Because I don't quite understand how your department is operated. So this question just from residents, because residents want to understand how their tax money being paid, right? When they see, oh, why this department need 6 clerical or administrative positions, so they ask what's their role if it's
So two are
really needed.
digitizing, one is for plumbing, one's for electric, and the other two are just for day-to-day operations of the department.
Okay. So he asked, it would also be helpful to understand how this compares to similarly sized cities and towns. I didn't compare, so.
Councilor Yuen, could we direct it to a specific budget? Is it just the clerks that you're?
Yeah, it's like a principal clerk, senior clerk, clerk typist, board clerk, administration's secretary. There are 6, and another secretary. So total 6 administrative
Councilor Yuen,
positions.
if I could just take some privilege here. As a real estate agent, I spend a lot of time dealing with inspectional services. I'm impressed with all of the records that are online. I think we've had the same number of building inspectors for the 35 years I've lived
Pretty much.
in Quincy. So for this constituent, I understand you're asking the question, but they can go down there and see what they're doing, and you know what I mean? I personally deal with inspectional services a lot, and it's a pretty light staff for all of the work that they're doing, and I'm saying that from my own personal experience, so.
I understand. I appreciate your answer because the residents are watching the QATV, so they can hear the answer. So, like this question is not just from one resident. So, I think it help resident to understand how the department work. And the second question is they ask the inspectors the salaries. Why are the chief wire inspector, assistant wire inspector, chief plumbing gas fitting inspector, and the weights and measures inspector paid significantly more than similar positions in other Massachusetts communities? If there is a good reason, I would like to understand what additional duties and responsibilities justify those salaries.
I don't know what other cities and towns makes. I know weights and measures in most cities and towns is 2 people. Boston has a whole board to do weights and measures. We have a one-man show who does his own clerical, his own data entry. He does most of the oil trucks on the South Shore. He does a lot more than some other departments with more people. For instance, Brockton is similar in size, but they have 2 inspectors.
Okay, so that resident compare the Weymouth, Braintree, Norwood, and Lowell. I'm just asking. So.
Oh, that's fine. A lot of the cities and towns have split responsibilities. Some cities and towns, the inspectors do their own plans. For instance, Cambridge, we just have separate staff for it here. It seems to be a lot more efficient. And the chief inspector in each case oversees the other people in his department.
Okay. Another question is about a compliance officer. Question is, what exactly are the responsibilities of the compliance officer position? Does the role require any specialized certifications, licenses, or qualifications? How does it differ from the duties already performed by inspectors or other department staff?
The compliance officer is in charge of, first of all, she takes payroll from any public jobs. She checks the payroll to make sure they have the right amount of journeymen, master plumbers, apprentices. A lot of people will put all apprentices in rather than have pay the higher rate for the journeyman and whatnot. So in the public job, she does that. She's done Eltham and Howe. They just did the windows here, the police station. They're doing the Squantum School now. She has a lot of responsibilities for the public buildings, and she's not doing that. She inspects all the sites to make sure that they've got rodent control, they've got dust control, they've got water on site, they've got sanitary facilities. And any demolition project she goes out on numerous times, you check the rat traps, you check everything. And she's pretty busy.
So does this role require any specialized certifications, licenses, or qualifications? No. Okay. But inspectors need certifications, licenses.
Inspectors need
So
certification.
this role is different from inspectors? Already. Okay, the item 512102, local building inspector, how many people in that line item? How many
We have
positions?
4 now. We've been trying for quite a while to get a 5th one, but they've changed the qualifications in the new edition of the building code, and we're trying to find a good fit for the city. We want someone who's going to come here and stay here, so that position's been open for almost a year.
You have 4 people.
We have 4, but we're trying to get that 5th one.
One open
You
position.
try to get off. That's what, oh, okay. Because I did see the fiscal year 2026, year-to-date actual spending is 344,915. So that means you have one position not filled.
We have one unfilled, yes.
I suggest, because now the city is in the $1.6 billion debt, and taxpayers have a huge burden, and I would suggest city now freeze any new hire, especially the unfilled position, so we can at least give taxpayer a little bit of break.
Well, it wouldn't be a new hire. You'd be replacing someone who left.
You what?
It would not be a new hire. We lost an inspector. We just replacing that inspector.
I know you, so I mean freeze all the unfilled position, even it's already supported by previous budget. So I'm wondering if we can,
I mean, with all the building going on, especially downtown, we really need another inspector. If someone's out sick, on vacation, we just have one inspector out for a bit, for a back operation, we really have no backup.
Councilor Yuan, I think we talked last night that we can't freeze positions. If you want to make a motion to cut something, then go ahead and put forth the motion.
okay, so I already speak my concern. I really think about the taxpayers. So because if the city in such a huge debt, city really need to streamline the operation and make it more efficient. And this position hasn't been filled in 2020, fiscal year 2025 and 2026. So I would like to make a cut of this item to,
Okay, could you put in the form of a motion, please?
yeah, I would like to make a motion to cut this item 9 to
512102?
512102 to 4. Okay. To no. To 400,000.
To 400,000?
Yeah.
Okay, we have a motion to reduce line item 512102 to $400,000. We'll take a roll call.
How are you doing on the motion?
Oh, I'm sorry, on the motion, my apologies. Counselor Ash, did you want to speak on that one or no?
Yes, just briefly.
Yes.
I'll just approach it with a ward counselor's hat. You know, a lot of the joyful minutia that I have the pleasure of dealing with and helping people with is with the help of the ISD office, of course. It's the overgrown lawns, it's It's the potential for illegal apartments, it's, the illegal housing task force, it's the site control and citations and everybody running out to check on, anything under the sun that could potentially be happening with the property. Certainly, I think I got in my car after work the other day, and when your car suggests where you're going or suggests who to call, I think my car suggests that I call Mike Tenney. So I think that's how often we talk. I won't be supporting a cut. I think that with respect to, the taxpayers in the city, they enjoy good services, and certainly the ISD is an extension of that service. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else on the motion? Councilor DeBona?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too, prior to Rob Conlon being in there, Jay Duca, this is a particular department that I'm in contact with quite a bit. At times it could be quiet, but it's a very important, vital, in this position with our city growing. We want to make sure that we provide these services to the people of the city. I don't want to get behind on anything, especially in this particular department. So I would not be supporting this at all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor DeBona. Councilor McGee?
So I just want to thank you for all of your help for me as well. But I too, I think, agree with this cut because given the debt and everything that we're talking about, I do think we really need to cut spending as well as raising revenues. And this is an open position. It sounds like it's been open for a couple of years, so we wouldn't be cutting someone who currently exists. So I think if we've been managing okay so far, I'm going to support this.
Thank you, Councilor McGee. Councilor Hubley, I think you had your hand up.
Yes. Thank you, Chair Riley. I would say this department is probably among the few departments that I interact with the most with. When you have a fairly rapidly growing population, a fairly rapidly evolving, even multifamily, single-family situation, one of the common things I get called for, at least in Ward 3, is, and I think you really have to be a ward councilor to have an appreciation for the frequency at which you call upon inspectional services. It's possible as a at-large council you don't interact that as much. I think it's very likely you don't interact as much. Could be wrong. And so a lot of issues with people parking on front lawns, people paving over front lawns, people over paving backyards. And then with sort of the density increasing and making sure that things are wired properly and proper inspections, and we're not rushing through inspections. I don't know that in a growth period, this is where you make this type of efficiency. And so if we were sort of leveling off in terms of population, I'd feel more comfortable with it, but I would love to hear more dialogue from my colleagues.
Thank you. Anyone on this side? Councilor Ryan?
To you, Madam Chair. I have, in my ward, Ward 4, I have like 6 or 7 projects that are going to be starting over the summer. And one of them is an apartment building up on Quarry Street. Another one is 7 townhomes. I've got 1,600 Crown Colony Drive. I have quite a few projects that are going to be starting all at once. And while I would love to cut salaries and we try to balance the budget or at least reduce it, I cannot support this cut.
Thank you, Councilor Ryan. And I would definitely not support this. Anyone who's dealt with inspectional services, has done a home improvement project, I don't know how you're doing it with 4 people. I really don't. So can we take a roll call vote on this, please?
Councilor Ash. Councilor DeBona. No. Councilor Hubley. No. Councilor Jacobs. Present. Councilor Mahoney.
Yes.
Councilor McKee. Yes. Councilor Ryan.
No.
Councilor Yuan.
Yes.
Chairman Riley.
No.
Motion fails.
Okay, that motion failed, so we will move on. Did anyone else have any other questions on the, one sec, I'll get Councilor McKee. Where are you? Councilor McKee.
I'm wondering what the contractual services line is used for?
Right now, more than I have. The contracted we have UpCodes, which is a interpretive version of the building code. It's online. That's $2,000 a year. We use Granicus software to track all the short-term rentals. That's $22,000 a year. The OpenGov software is $36,000 a year, and all of these are going up. We spent we pay for the GIS to use the different maps and whatnot. That was $3,000. Currently, it's under the travel budget, but it should have been moved to contracted. We did a number of board-ups that ran almost $20,000, and the little bit that's left in the budget, we're going to use to tear down a house shortly. That's been a problem and a thorn in the side for quite a few years. We've deemed it unsafe and dangerous, and we're going to pay for that and lean the house. That's all coming out of contracted. And the treasurer's office is very nicely offered to split the cost of the demolition with me, or I'd be over budget on that.
Thank you. And then I just have a couple questions. Looking at the year-on-year budget for a few positions, it looks like there's high year-on-year increases, so I just hope you could speak to that.
On the
Inspector of Buildings is a 16.45% year-on-year increase. And
That's
that,
all contractual through the unions. I have no control over that.
okay.
I think he got longevity, he got a 3% bump, they gave him another 3% bump, and he got an upgrade. But that's all through the union, that's nothing to do with me.
Okay. And then is that also true for the assistant wire inspector for about 12% year-on-year increase?
That's one full-time and one part-time, so it's not really much of an increase, actually.
Okay. And so the previous inspector of buildings had 3% increases and a pay bump, was that what you said?
The longevity, I think it is.
In
The longevity.
the longevity, okay.
And I think they also just got a retro check.
Sorry, what?
I think they got a retro check through the union, too. Once again, it's all union, I'm not sure.
Oh, okay. And then the board clerk / CBA is like 8.5% year-on-year?
She went from 61 to 64. That's the 3% contraction through the union.
Okay. I'm looking for, oh, okay. Well, I guess I don't know, I'm looking, maybe I looked at the wrong line. I was looking, I think I'm looking at the year-on-year report. This one. Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It is, but that seems reasonable. Okay.
Anyone else? Councilor Mahoney? Councilor Mahoney? President Mahoney.
Hi, how are you? So I just have a couple of quick questions. I know that your department actually brings in permit money. So could you tell me in the last 5 years how much permits that we've been able to generate from the revenues from that?
Pardon me? I'm a little.
I'm sorry, permit revenues?
Yes.
How much, it's over the last 5 years, how much permit revenues compared to personal cost?
I wouldn't know.
So you don't have an understanding of how much the permit revenues would be?
This is my assistant, Mr. Dolan.
Hey, how you doing? Charlie Dong.
Yep, hi Charlie.
So fiscal year 2026, we took in 3.7 million. 2025, about 4.2. 2024, 3.7. 2023, 3.1. 2022, 4.8. 2021, 2.9.
Okay.
For the permit fees that we take in. Operational costs, I'm not sure, I wasn't here for that, but those are the numbers we calculated for the past.
Your
5 years.
operational cost is your budget, so.
I understand that, but I
Yeah,
wasn't
yeah.
here for that, but I'm answering your question directly.
You answered my question, that's perfect, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And then also, I think we were just talking about the contractual line, 530303 is $100,000. What gets spent out of that line item again?
The software, the UpCodes, the Granicus software, the OpenGov is,
So when I look back at that, in '21, you spent 75. I don't know what your budget was in '21, but you spent 75. '22, you spent 66. '23, you spent 81. '24, you spent 89. Let's see, '25, you spent 62, and you're currently at 65. So you have not been historically spending that, so I'm going to make a cut in that line item of $30,000, which should leave you enough.
I think we've spent the entire 100 this year already, though. So,
Nope. Unless you have it, Madam Auditor, could you take a look at it?
well, there's an invoice that went in yesterday, I think, for $34,000.
So currently, in fiscal year '26, $65,248.79 has been spent. However, there is an encumbrance there for $17,350. So as of right now, there's $17,401.21. We do have a few more weeks left of the fiscal year, and if the department has any outstanding bills or that are going to be dated prior to June 30th, they will have to do another encumbrance from that $17,000.
So yesterday you put in a bill, what was the bill for? 17,000?
To tear a house down, yes.
17,000.
17, well, this is the treasurer's office was willing to split it with me, so I guess she has.
Yeah, 17,000. So again, I understand that we have until the end of the year, but I've also been told by many departments that there's been pretty much a hold on what's being spent. And over the course of it, I'd say then $10,000. I'm just going to cut it $10,000 because I know that you're going to be year-end transfers. If you need it, we'll get it to you. But $10,000 for next year. We're talking about next year, not this year.
Okay, so is that in the form of a motion?
It's form of a motion, yeah.
530303, contracted line, we're going to reduce that $10,000 to $90,000?
Yep.
Okay, any discussion on that motion? Councilor Hughley?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Usually before I cast a vote, I want to check with the department head on how they feel about that change. So if you have any thoughts on it, I want to give you an
As I said, we
opportunity.
could have easily spent it, but I mean, we can probably absorb it through breakage also.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Any other discussion? Take a roll call. Oh, sorry, Councilor Ash, sorry.
Director Conlon, I know we spoke last week about the house on North Payne Street. That is, I think 8-9 years of it after the fire being boarded up. I know your department has been working very closely with the treasurer's office. I believe the property may be in Ward 5, Councilor McKee, but I understand how expensive it is to finally get that property torn down. Now, not nearly as expensive when you take into consideration the health risk that it's posed to the neighborhood or the back taxes that the family owes. I can foresee, these issues potentially, they're becoming more of these issues in the future. So I'll just take that into consideration with respect to this cut. Thank you.
Okay.
In that house, we had boarded, which we paid for, and leaned the house. We're having it torn down, which we paid for. And between the board up and the next day, they cut a hole through it and moved back in. So we had to reboard it. Those bills haven't come in yet.
Any further discussion? Councilor DeBona?
Thank you, Madam Chair. That particular property, from Dan Mitten to Maggie McGee in Ward 5, I've gotten correspondence, and thank you for all your help on that. Just the blights over the years. I mean, we can talk about, people who own the property that don't live in the state, and it's just, it's really tough on the neighbors in that particular neighborhood to try to get even to clean up or even permission to come onto that property. I've had times where next door neighbors were going out cutting lawns with permission, and it could take years just trying to get to the people that own the house that is kind of aired down to the sons or daughters and live in other states. It's a disaster. I've dealt with it in every ward. So I'm not going to be up to do this. It's something that we need to do. You're going to deal with it in every ward, that you'll get a blight property that you have almost zero jurisdiction unless you get permission to actually walk onto the ground. So it's been an issue I've dealt with every single year on here, and I thank you, as well as Jay Duca previously to you, that we've tried to take care of the best we possibly can with tickets and all these other things, and I'm still hearing about that particular property. So I know I've handed it off to Councilor McGee here, but I've had office hours and had those folks that live next door come in and talk to me about it. So it's still ongoing, and there's only so much that he can actually do legally at times. So we're working on that property, and I know for the fact every year in every single ward I've dealt with this. So I won't be supporting this cut. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Take a roll call vote.
Counselor Ash. Counselor DeBona. No. Counselor Hughley. No. Counselor Jacobs.
Yes.
Counselor Mahoney.
Yes.
Counselor McKee. Yes. Counselor Ryan.
Yes.
Counselor Yuan.
Yes.
Chairman Riley.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay. Any further discussion on this budget? Do we have a, oh, did anyone else have anything else? Do we have a, did you have further discussion on this budget, Councilor Yuan? Okay. Go ahead.
Actually, I have more questions from residents. So one question is asking the code enforcement officer, is this one position or multiple positions?
It's one position.
One position. Does it require certifications or special training? Is this
No, just its experience.
just experience? Okay. And how is it different from an inspector?
He doesn't have to be certified. The certification costs quite a bit of money just for the books, the training. It takes some of the inspectors a couple of years to pass it. Some of them are very adept and pass it fairly shortly, but the code enforcement officer doesn't have to be certified.
And the follow-up question is, the salary seems high compared to similar positions in other communities. And the resident like to understand how it was determined.
I looked up a number of other communities, and it's not only is it pretty similar, a lot of the other communities have 4, 5, 6 different code enforcement officers. We just have the one, and he does a fantastic job. He's extremely busy.
Is that a
So the
union
whole-
position?
The
Sorry.
whole city just one.
Is that a
position?
union position?
We're talking the compliance officer?
The code enforcement?
Code enforcement, yes.
Is that
it's
the
a
one you're
union
talking about,
position.
right? It is a union.
That's union, yeah.
Okay. Another question is about the legal processor. So in your department webpage, there is a legal processor, but in the budget, it's.
He's not in the budget. He's paid through fines under Mass General Law 148A, Section 5.
So he is paid from where?
Paid through the building fines, the tickets and whatnot that we write,
The building department.
fines.
Oh, building fines.
Under
Okay.
Mass General Law, those fines have to go back to the building department for enforcement.
Oh,
And
okay.
that's what and plus he takes our cases to court. He's in Brockton Housing Court every other week. I think we've got 27 open cases, right? 27 cases pending being filed and 14 in court. So he's a pretty busy character. He monitors all the short-term rentals. He's the one who uses the Granicus software to see, I think we have 300 properties that he's monitoring right now to make sure they don't turn into short-term rentals.
That's just a question from resident who want
No,
to
that's
ask.
fine. Yeah, that's what we're here for.
Because it's not appear on the budget book, so. And another question, what does premium pay mean in the budget? 510196.
I don't know. I've asked that question myself. Mr. Walker? I see it in every budget line. I've looked it up. I don't know
The
what it,
premium pay,
I can answer it.
yeah.
Yes.
I think you get up to 15 years, they give a stipend.
So if a department head or an administrative person who is not in the union, after their 10th year of service, they get a stipend, a weekly stipend of $15 a week that totals $780 a year.
What do they do with all that money?
Buy dog food.
Okay, is there any further discussion on this budget? Councilor Yuan?
And another question is about the plan examiner. Is this a union position or appointed?
Oh, it's appointed.
It's appointed. And the question is, the plan examiner position appears to be getting a fairly large increase in fiscal year 2027 after no raise in fiscal year 2025 and 2026. What has changed since then?
That was a specific request I made of the mayor to up his salary. He was thinking of moving on or finding a different city or town. He does a lot more than just examine the plans. He's an outreach to the community. He's bilingual, so we could speak to a lot of the people in the Asian community. He's the one who updates all our software. He keeps track of, he's the only point person we have between us and OpenGov, so when the system goes down, we're either dead in the water or we have Alan fix it. So he's got a lot more responsibilities than just examining the plans. That's the reason for the increase.
Does the position require certifications or specialized training?
It does require certification, and he is certified.
Certified
He's a
for
certified building official, yes.
certified building examiner?
He's just like all the inspectors, he's certified.
Oh, okay. Okay. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, any further discussion on this? Counsel DeBona?
I'd just like to make a motion to approve as amended.
Okay. Counsel Jacobs, did you have anything else?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask about, further question about the code enforcement officer. You know, I'm looking at the look back here. You know, in 2021, it was 61,643. In 2022, 63,900. 2023, 70,699. Then in 2024, we have quite a substantial increase there. I know it's a union position, but I was wondering if you could speak more to what happened there. And then in 2025, it goes up, to 104, it goes up another $10,000. So, and then now it's dropped back down to year-to-date so far, we've spent $70,455. We got, I don't know if they get paid every other week or every week, but, they're not going to get to 99,814.
You're correct. The last person was at top pay, and there was some litigation that went on. The new guy starts at the entry-level position, so that could be cut.
Okay, so the person that's there right now, who's doing a great job, can't sing their praises enough. What is, right now they've been paid $70,455. What can we actually expect to pay that person by the end of this fiscal year, which is in 3.5 weeks?
I think his pay is 73 and change, I'm not sure, but if that were to be cut, $20,000, there'd still be enough in there to pay him.
Is there any motion on that?
Hold on, hold on. Let's cut, I'd like to make a motion to cut that to 75. I'd like to, line item 512122, code enforcement officer, from 99,814 to 75,000.
Okay, we have a motion. Madam Auditor, did you have something you wanted to add on this item?
Sorry.
Yes, I did. Hang on one second.
Just for informational purposes, the reason why you see the jump in fiscal year 2025, I believe that the person that was the code enforcement officer retired.
Yes.
So at the time, what was happening is, prior to the retirement, a new person came on, and I'm assuming he mentored that person for the time, so that's why you're seeing that little bump. You're welcome.
Okay, so we have a motion. Any discussion on the motion? Oh, the motion, okay. Okay, so Counselor DeVona has a motion to approve as amended prior to this motion. So I think we have to take a roll call vote on that before we can entertain the cut that's here, which certainly seems reasonable. Is there any discussion on the motion to approve this as amended with just the one cut? Okay, we'll take a roll call vote on that.
Counselor Ash?
No.
Counselor DeBona?
Yes.
Counselor Hughley? Counselor Jacobs?
No.
Counselor Mahoney? No. Counselor McKee? No. Counselor Ryan?
No.
Counselor Yuan? Counselor Rabbit?
No. Okay, so now we have the motion from Counselor Jacobs to cut line item 512122. Any discussion on that motion? Oh, Counselor Ash, I still have you on.
Counselor Jacobs, the cut was from the 99,814 to 75,000? Is that the cut you're proposing? Director Conlon, what does that individual make right now per year?
Pardon?
What does the code enforcement officer make right now as a salary?
73.2, I think.
And is that contracted for next year, or?
I think that's exactly what it is.
Hi, so Charlie Don again. For next year, I believe it's going to be something between 74 and 75 with the new 3% raise.
Okay.
Hang on a second, Counselor Jacobs. Are you all set, Counselor Ash? Do you mind if I? Okay. Go ahead, Counselor
Sorry,
Jacobs.
so the 73 and some change doesn't include the 3%
I
increase from
don't
this?
believe so. It's going to be the exact number, I'm not sure, but I know it's between 74 and 75. So 75, I think that would be sufficient.
You think it would be sufficient?
I think it will be okay, yes.
Okay. All right, so it is okay. Okay, sorry.
Okay.
Sorry.
So any further discussion on that motion? You all set?
I guess
Hang on a second. Go ahead.
I guess I'd just be at home asking, looking for a raise if I was this person.
Well, as I understand it, the higher salary was because there was a retiree, he had maxed out or.
Correct.
Right, and this is somebody new, so it does seem like we're taking money that's going to just sit on the table because he's not going to make that kind of money. So
I
if there's
think-
no further
I-
discussion,
No, I guess I would say I'm surprised that the position isn't valued at what it is in the proposed, that's all. But, because I think that individual works very hard. But that being said, if Director Conlon says that this is.
Counselor Jacobs, please.
Yes, no, I've definitely understood. But if Director Conlon says that that's what this individual this position is contracted for next year.
He's practically told us we can cut it. So if there's no further discussion, I'd like to
No.
take a roll call vote on that. Is that okay? Okay.
Counselor Ash?
Yes.
Counselor DeBona? Yes. Counselor Hughley? Yes. Counselor Jacobs? Yes. Counselor Mahoney?
Yes.
Counselor McKee? Yes. Counselor Ryan? Yes. Counselor Yuan? Yes. Chairman Riley?
Yes. Okay, so is there any further discussion, or would you? Counselor DeBona has made a motion to approve as amended, approve with the two amendments that we've approved so far. Well, we're going to have to entertain we're going to have to take another roll call vote, but I'll let you speak, Counselor Yuan.
I have one more card.
Well, we have.
Just tell us what the card is. Yeah, so I just have a question. What's the current salary of a plan examiner?
Pardon me?
What's the current salary of a plan examiner?
90,000. 90,000,
90,000.
yes.
So in the you budget 105,000.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
I would like to cut 10,000.
I would hate to lose the plans examiner. He does an awful lot more than just examine the plans. His job has 3 or 4 different permutations to it now that he didn't have before. He does all that stuff. At $90,000, I might lose Alan.
Yeah, I keep
Yeah.
90,000,
So-
but you budget 105,000. That's what.
That's right, because when he was looking at other jobs in different communities, I asked the mayor if I could increase his salary.
Oh, you gave
And the
him a
mayor
raise.
agreed to allow me to increase his salary so I could keep him here in Quincy. He's a young man, he's very thorough, he gets along with people, he's an asset to our department, and he does an awful lot besides plans, examining the
I
plans.
understand, because I thought it's like that code enforcement. You
Any place-
budget more
any place
than the
bad, then.
salary. But if you already gave him that raise, 105, I'm okay with that.
Okay, so we have a motion to approve this budget as amended. Could we take a roll call vote, please?
Counselor Ash? Yes. Counselor DeBona? Yes. Counselor Hughley? Yes. Counselor Jacobs? No. Counselor Mahoney? Yes. Counselor McKee? Yes. Counselor Ryan? Yes. Counselor Yuan? Yes. Chairman Riley?
Yes, okay. Thank you, Mr. Conlon.
Thank you very much.
Okay, next up, we have Mr. Glavin from Information Technology, page 43 in the budget book.
Good evening, councilors. I sent you all a copy of my org chart along with a brief overview. Currently in IT, we have 15 full-time positions. They're all union, as well as myself, and we provide technology support for police, fire, city departments, and city schools. There's one open position, the telephone operator, which opened up this year. We're looking at that role to see what better fits the department. We might try to change it a little bit. And as well as our communications director was on a medical leave for half the year, so you'll see breakages in those lines. There's 2 shared IT vehicles utilized by our PC Techs network administrators. The IT department currently supports multiple network environments, applications, and users across approximately 20 schools and 40 city buildings and locations throughout the city. We have more than 1,000 daily end users that require support for computers, printers, munis, phones, cell phones, and website requests. We average about 20 to 50 requests per day on the help desk. We have a rotating 24/7 on-call support, and that's 4 of our senior positions that rotate weekly. Mainly, we get called from police and fire after hours for emergencies, and they pretty much get called every week and every weekend, whether it's a firehouse or a police problem with their software. The IT print shop, we also manage by 2 people, and they handle all the printing and mailing operations for the city. They're also responsible for citywide mailings, resident notification, utility bills, excise tax bills, real estate bills, assessor correspondence, census mailings, and school communications. You will notice we did experience increase over time this year, mainly because of our 2 positions that are open, or one was on a leave. After-hour projects for Munis for system changes and upgrades, as well as the large-scale transition and relocation into the public safety building. If you have any questions for me on the budget?
Any questions? Councilor Ryan?
Thank you for coming here tonight. With regards to your budget, I'm taking a look at your line item 510189, that's for clothing.
Yep.
I see that it's increased from 500 to 4,800 for 2027. Can you explain the increase?
Yes, there was only one person getting a clothing allowance, but with the new negotiations, there's probably 7 people that get it now. And just because they deal with ink and they're changing things on printers and computers.
Okay, and I do notice that for the actuals for so far, 2026, it's still only 500.
For clothing,
Yeah.
that was just the one person this year.
Okay.
Next year, it's changing.
How many people?
There's going to be like 8 people that get clothing allowances.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
8 people.
Oh, 8 people?
Yeah.
Okay, okay. All right, thank you.
Anyone on this side? Councilor Hughley?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for coming in tonight. I think you might have said this, but I didn't write it down. How many help desk staff do you have?
There's
end
5
users?
PC techs. 3 of them are dedicated to the help desks. 1 is dedicated to the website, and 1 is in the print shop.
Okay, and how many employees do we have in the city of Quincy that use computers in the ballpark?
Well, for licensed users, that's why I go with 1,000. But there's other users that we still support.
Okay. In my organization, we have half that many employees and more help desk people. So, I mean, I don't think you're way out of industry standards at all when it comes to the ratio of clients to help desk support staff.
And that was our goal, I think, with the telephone operator. That person actually just answered the phones. It's on an automated system, so we were going to try to repurpose that role into more of a help desk PC tech role.
Like a triage type of role, or? Okay, that makes sense. Let's see. I'm looking at item 530303.
Mm-hmm.
And if you could maybe expand upon what contractual covers.
That's mainly all of our licensing, our servers, wireless access points, anything for network infrastructure, pretty much.
Okay. And do you do?
As well as our cybersecurity tools.
Right. Off the top of your head, are you doing like 3-year leases, 5-year licensing, 3-year
Mainly
licenses?
between 3 and 5, yeah, depending on what the product is.
Okay, that makes sense. And in terms of security software, that's all included within that? That would include sort of, email filtering, all those different types?
Correct.
Phishing, training, things of that nature?
Yep.
The training that I didn't fall for, by the way, just so just put on record with that one.
Yeah, we have about 7 things that we did in the IT department around cybersecurity upgrades in the last 2 years.
Okay. Moving to item 530400. Again, similar question. It's not obvious to me what the communication line item encompasses.
Communication, that's more around our phones, our cell phones.
Okay.
Mailing materials. It's all
Desk-
paid out of that line.
All the desk phones or all that?
The
same
desk
thing?
phones are more on contractual, the VoIP system.
Okay, okay. All right. And then moving to 550803, DP supplies, if you could maybe expand upon that.
That's basically office supplies.
Okay, standard.
Toners. We spend a ton on toners for all the different departments.
So that's all these-
So people have desktop printers as well. It's
Right,
going
so,
through
so
there.
you're carrying the cost of the department's
For many
technologies?
departments that don't have a budget for it.
Okay. All right. And let's see. Yeah, so, and just want to make a few comments. So, yeah, your department is one among the first few departments that I visited with. Given my background, I had a real quick interest in wanting to understand how you guys handle things. There's a lot of technology in this city, and we have a wide array, we'll say a broad spectrum of levels of technical competencies. And anytime you have an organization that has, we don't hire every position for how well you can navigate Microsoft Access or whatever it is you're doing. There's other skills that we hire for, but they all have to interact with technology. And so I'm actually kind of surprised at your ratio to end user and help desk staff. They must be very good at turning over tickets pretty quickly.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Great team.
And then there's another aspect of it that a lot of us don't think about, which is surveillance in the city. There's different cameras that provide security even in this building and so forth. And that is we walked through that for a little while on that day I stopped by, and it's a pretty intricate thing, quite similar to what my company has about 300 properties, and we have an integrated security platform, and that does take a lot of maintenance. You always have to monitor it and so forth. So I think there's a lot of back office stuff that a lot of us take for granted every day, although some of us would like to figure out what's going on with the microphones here. We could reboot it, I guess. But yeah, I think there's a tremendous amount of IT, and a lot of us take it very much for granted. IT is very much one of those organizations, kind of like the FBI. You only think of them when something goes wrong, and they only make the press when something goes wrong. And I think in a growing city, in a growing staff, and growing complexity, and we've had some hacks, right? And it's important to be mindful that when you're looking at individual budget items and you see maybe we could recoup 20 grand here, 10 grand here, think about the cost when there's an exploit or some kind of hack. So it's often when it happens that we start to think about it. And so when we should look cautiously at this budget, in my opinion, just from my professional experience. So that's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone on this side? Councilor Mahoney?
Hi, Brian, how are you?
Good, how you doing?
I'm doing okay. So I'm going to go back to, I'm going to start with the computer equipment line. So what's in your computer equipment line?
136,826.
How much have you spent this year?
We've spent about 85% of that.
Do you have anything encumbered?
We do have a few things encumbered in that line.
What do you have encumbered?
More around, I think it's $8,000.
So in the last several years,
Yep.
I'm going to ask Madam Auditor, because I'm doing this off my phone, could you go back and give me like the last 5 years in that line item? Computer equipment.
Yep.
Oh, sorry about that. Councilor.
Could you just repeat yourself, please?
Sure, so could you go, because I don't have my, actually,
Okay.
it's okay, Susan, I got it. All right,
I think
so,
sorry.
that's okay. So in '22, you spent $43,000 in this budget line item. In '23, you spent $108. In '24, you spent $53. In '25, you spent $51. And you had, and just for the record, in '24, you had $53. In '25, you spent $51, and you had $138. So a lot of this budget went back into the free cash. And then year-to-date, you're at $118. right? And how much did you say that you think you have?
I believe it's 13, is it 13,000 encumbered right now? Yep,
You have 13,000 in encumbered?
13,000 encumbered, yep. And that's for laptops and desktops that we need to replace. Like next year, next fiscal year, our virtual machines, there's about 120 of them, that software is becoming obsolete because it's been 5 years. We're going to have to replace them. Mainly they're in police stations and city buildings, and that's going to be a big chunk of it for next year.
And that's fine. I'm not going to cut it this year, Brian, but I will say that, you know, this
No, and
this is a trend. You had 53, and now you're at 118. You're going to spend it this year. So we need to be realistic about what we're doing, because if you're coming in with a budget that's too high, it's just going into free cash, or it's costing
Understood.
taxpayers money.
Yep.
So we didn't create this. I didn't create this. I didn't create the budget. I didn't create the debt. I didn't create any of this. But we are really looking at this because I don't want people to lose their jobs, and I do think that we have to tighten our belts. Everybody does. And, you know, that's how we're looking at it. And quite honestly, this is how every organization works. It's like, whether you're a for-profit business, you're going to be looking at things and saying, you know, we didn't make as much profit as we want to. Or people, you know, I'm sorry, but bodies do end up costing money, and people will look at that and say, you know, how can we pay for these things differently? But I also understand that this is an important department that keeps everybody running. So for the contractual line items, could we go through the contractual, same thing? Where are you at for fiscal year '27?
I'm at 97%.
So what I see in the actuals, I'm not sure when Susan printed this, but in the actuals, we see $2.5 million, and of your 2.7, and you're saying it's 95%. So Susan, can you tell me what's encumbered?
So currently in fiscal 2026, there is 2,609,638.76 spent. There are encumbrances totaling 73,724.89, and there's an available balance left of 83,985.08.
So do you have 83, because you haven't, that's what I'm looking at. So in again, I'm looking back last 5 years, in this budget, you spent, in '23, 2.3, in '24, 2.5, in 25, 2.5, and you have 2.7, and you have $83,000 left over. Do we have any wiggle room in that line item?
Yeah, we have some wiggle room,
Do we have
definitely.
$75,000 wiggle room in that line item?
I should be able to make that work.
Okay, so we're going to cut, I'm going to make a cut to, I have to make sure I'm making the cut to the right one, contractual line item 530303 for $75,000. I make that a motion.
Okay. Any discussion on the motion? Counselor DeBona?
Thank you, Mr. Lavin, for coming in tonight. Would that be okay? Will you be able to absorb that?
Yeah, we should be able to make that work.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any further questions on this? Roll call vote then on the motion to reduce that line item.
Counselor Ash? Yes. Counselor DeBona? Yes. Counselor Hughley? Yes. Counselor Jacobs? Yes. Counselor Mahoney?
Yes.
Counselor McKee? Yes. Counselor Ryan? Yes. Counselor Yuan? Yes. Chairman Riley?
Yes. Okay.
Then I'm going to move on to 530400 communications. So in the communications, where are we at year-to-date, 2026? What I have from Susan's report is it's 268,932, and we have 365. Do we have anything encumbered?
So currently, there has been 269,893.89 spent. There are encumbrances totaling 74,494.27, and there is still an available budget of 27,074.14.
So Brian, I'm going to ask again. For next year, 265, we have, when I look back in this communication line, you are all over the place with this. It's, you know, in 2021, 318, 245, 252, 318, 254, 268, and we have 25. So do you think it can do without $20,000 the next year?
20,000 could work.
Okay, so $20,000 cut to line item 530400 for $20,000. Thank you.
So we have a motion on the contractual line, 530303, to reduce, no,
Communications.
communications line, sorry, 530400, communication to reduce by 20,000. So that would bring it down to 345. Any discussion on that motion? Council Hewley?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Just wanted to double check one thing. If I heard correctly earlier, or if I'm maybe confusing it with something else, this entails some amount of postage function communication?
No, not
Okay,
always,
all
no,
right.
that's separate.
I'm mixing it up with something else. All right, never mind, thank you.
Okay.
Good.
Any further discussion on the motion? Councilor Jacobs?
So, and I think you did mention it had to do with cell phones. This
Yep,
has a lot to do
cell
with-
phone bills,
Is
yes.
that the primary thing that this covers, is cell phones?
A lot of it.
And for what department? Is that all the departments across the city?
Every department in the city is on one bill, pretty much.
Okay.
The police have one separate bill, but it's small, but we
Yeah.
pay for the majority of police, fire, and city.
I just was curious, because I also thought postage was, I thought that had been mentioned too, but it is about cell phones. All right, thank you.
You're welcome. Do we need a roll call vote? Can I say all in favor?
You just did.
Well, if someone wants a roll call vote, but I don't think we need it. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, wonderful. Any further discussion? Councilor Mahoney, hang on one second. There we go. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, because I was missing what you were saying at the beginning. So you said that you had breakage from one line and then the telephone operator. Can you tell me a little bit about the two positions that you had breakage in for?
One went on a medical leave for more than half the year.
Okay. Which one was that? Was that,
That was the communications director.
okay,
He's back now.
excellent. Okay, and then for
And
the
the telephone operator, she unfortunately passed away this year,
Oh, I'm very sorry, very sorry. So she passed away in 2026?
this fiscal year.
This fiscal year. So what's the plan? And you just said, just, yeah, because I missed what you said, so if you could just tell me.
So she basically answered the phone for the city. It's on an automated system right now, so when you call, it says dial 1 for this department. We were looking at revamping that position and just make it fit with the department where it's needed.
Okay. So she was really, I mean, this is not, I'm not trying to make light of this, so you're saying it was an automated thing, she was the operator,
She was the operator during business hours.
business hours, okay. And I'd like for you to be able to do that as well, but at the same time, if you're been able to operate without this person for a while and you don't have a need for a telephone operator, I'm going to make a suggestion to cut 512135, because we're not going to be replacing that. I think we just have to, we're no new positions, we're not changing positions to do something else. So if we make a cut from 512135, and I'm very sorry for the loss, but I also think.
Thank
that
you.
It sounds like it's, that the situation is being handled by the automation of it, so.
Okay, so we have a motion on line item 512135 to cut it in its entirety. Any discussion on that motion? Councilor Hubely?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick check. So how do you feel that change impacts things?
We'll just stay automated with that system, you know?
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All those in favor? There's no further discussion? Okay. Oh, you're going to vote no? Councilor Ash is a no. Everyone else? And Councilor DeBona is a no. Okay. So we passed that. Okay. Motion to approve the whole budget? Okay. We have as amended. Motion to approve this budget as amended by Councilor Mahoney. Any discussion on that motion? Ask them now. Yeah, I would prefer to ask them now and just after we take the final vote. Go ahead, Councilor McKee.
Hi. Sorry, I just, this is relatively small compared to other things, but what, if $4,800 is the clothing allowance for 8 people, that's $600 per person? Is that right?
I think so. I'm not sure. It's around there.
Really?
I can send you an email of what it was.
Okay.
But I know it went up this union negotiation, you know?
Okay.
Because last year, I think we said it was like 500 for one person, you know?
This is some nice clothes. Okay, thank you. So I wondered, the ERP manager went up 11.47%. Can you talk about that?
He's in the supervisors union, so that was all union negotiations.
Okay. Is the network admin fairly new in the role? The salary went down?
Yes, the person retired, so we hired someone new.
Okay. How many PC techs are there?
5.
5. Okay. What does the communications director do?
He's basically doing all your wiring for computers and phones and programming phones in the city.
Okay.
For your desktop phones.
Okay. And then just quickly on the vehicle policy, are the vehicles that you talked about, are they take-home vehicles?
No, they all stay in the Coddington lot.
Okay. All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, so we have a motion to approve this budget as amended. Any discussion on that? All those in favor? Any opposed? Okay, wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to the downtown, is that the next one? Lost track, yes, downtown, Ms. Cahill. Page 63 of the budget book.
Good evening, councilors. And,
Yeah, you need to read
To
that.
those of you who I haven't met, my name is Mary Cahill. I'm the director of the downtown in this position for the past 7 years. I sent you a presentation, but I'd like to review the mission statement for our department and let you know what we do day in, day out. So the mission and the vision for the Downtown District Department was created to protect our investment throughout the downtown and is a vital part of the renewal plan, which encourages continued growth and development in these beautiful spaces. Our vision is to set the standard for public space stewardship and to sustain and elevate the revitalization of downtown Quincy by maintaining dynamic public spaces that inspire connection, economic growth, and community engagement, by ensuring downtown Quincy remains clean, safe, and vibrant throughout every season. So just a little history, when I started here, the downtown district was Hancock Adams Common. I was the first employee. I was here for 6 weeks by myself, and I jumped into the back pocket of Woodard and Curran, and they brought me through how everything works, went through the manuals that are in my office, how the fountains work, the lighting, where we buy things, what kind of hardscape we have. 6 weeks later, I got 2 employees. 2 employees, Chris Walsh and Peter Coletti. So we hired a carpenter and a plumbing specialist, and we bought a rake, and we started. And 7 years later, the downtown district, I'd like to explain to you what the areas of responsibility are, and how big the downtown is today. So our areas of responsibility are the Hancock Adams Common, the City Hall parking lot, the Monroe parking lot, Thomas Crane Public Library, Coddington Street, both sides from Hancock to the high school, Washington Street from the library to McGrath Highway, Spear Street, Maple Street, Foster Street, Hancock Cemetery, the back walkway behind City Hall to Stop and Shop, John Quincy Adams Park, Maple Street and Chestnut Street, Hancock Street from Bergen Parkway, Bank of America to School Street, Hannon Parkway to Revere Road, Kilroy Square, Kilroy Garage, Cottage Ave, Dunford and Revere Road, the Liberty Tree Island on Hancock Street, the Townbrook Parks, the 2 on Revere Road, General's Park, McConville Way, Dunford Drive, the Quincy Historical Building, and the tree pits and flower beds and irrigation for all of those areas. So the department has grown drastically in the past 7 years. I've actually been privileged to see all of that being built, and it was pretty cool. So the general information about our department is there are 7 employees, including myself. We have 4 vehicles, 2 trucks, and 2 Kubotas. Kubotas are the little orange, I call them the Pope-mobiles, riding around Quincy. Our hours of operation, we cover 365 days a year out here. Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. to 4:30. Saturdays, 7 to 3:30. Sundays, 7 to 3:30. And holidays, 7 to 11. Coverage for all events during the year in the downtown district. Responsible for all snow, ice, snow and ice cleanup and removal throughout the downtown. We're responsible for the operation, maintenance, and repairs of all the fountains, the lighting, the statues, the monuments, the irrigation system, and the flags downtown daily. We inspect and maintain all fountains, lighting, statues, monuments, and flags daily. So, typical day in the life of one of my guys, and some of them are here tonight, thank you guys, is they pick up the trash and debris throughout all those areas that I just told you about. They clean up any spills, graffiti, broken glass, etc. They empty 47 trash barrels daily. They power wash 47 trash barrels weekly. 67 wooden benches throughout the downtown are sanded and stained 3 times annually. We leaf blow in major walkways and under the benches. We wipe down the benches so that people have a clean place to sit. We pick up all the trash and all the abutting parking lots. We inspect all the statues and lighting. We pick back sidewalks behind City Hall from the T and Stop and Shop, Cottington Street, all those streets I named. We maintain and inspect our equipment. We clean and maintain all the flower and tree pits. We bring all the trash to DPW daily, inspect and maintain flags and flag poles, and we power wash the sidewalks and walkways as needed. That's daily. Seasonally, we maintain and clean the fountains daily, add chemicals, clean out the baskets. We have a very intricate fountain system out here. I don't know if you guys have had a chance to see it, but it goes underground. There's a vault, which sits right here outside this window, which has 6 motors in it, 5 drives, a control panel. The whole system goes down into the fountains. There's a control panel that runs it. We have 2 spigot fountains here at the end of Hancock Adams Common. We've got another fountain, which also goes underground at General's Park. So the pumps, the lighting, the UV system, there's an intricate sand filter system. That's inspected daily. The baskets are emptied. The spigots are cleaned. All snow removal in the downtown. So downtown, I don't know if you've been out here when it snowed or if it's been icy, it's a disaster. The bricks freeze. For some reason, the bricks are 15 degrees colder than the rest of the concrete or the sidewalks, so it's an ice skating rink out there. If we're not out there the minute the first snowflake hits and when the snow is melting, we've literally been up here at midnight because did a deep freeze, and we had to come up here and immediately clean it up. We deep clean the fountains at startup and shutdown. We start up and shut down the fountains, sand and stain, like I said, the benches, wash and maintain the statues and monuments, mow and edge all lawns and all access. All those areas that I explained to you, we do all the mowing, the weed whacking, and the edging for all of those areas. We sand all the bricks in the manuals. You have to sand every brick that's in here, or you're going to cause, the first year we didn't do it, and it cost me about $7,500 in replacing bricks that got damaged because of vehicles driving over them or weather-related issues. We trim the trees and bushes as needed. We paint the 97 light poles that are out there. We paint the trash cans and Wi-Fi boxes. We sand and salt as needed. We do the spring and fall cleanup. These guys tease me back here that there's not a leaf on the ground when it's the fall here. We remove all leaves from the Hancock Adams and all the parks throughout the downtown, and we maintain the irrigation system throughout the downtown, which is a pretty big. So that's the area we cover. Those are the tasks that we do. And any questions on any of that to start with? Maggie?
Question, hang on a second. Questions, Councilor McGee.
Thank you so much. I didn't know that there was a whole department for this, so this is helpful to understand what you do. Are there any open positions now?
We have one open position. We had an associate that his last day was Friday,
Okay,
but he's worked the whole year, so
okay,
it's in the budget.
all right. And then how many mech technicians I've got down? Mechanical technicians, I guess?
5.
5, okay. And what do you use the contracted line for?
So originally when I started, everything was in contractual because I didn't have any people and I didn't have any equipment. So everything was, so little by little, I've been transitioning what's still contractual and what is now in my actual labor. So in contractual, thought you might ask that. We have. So under contractual, fountain specialists. So again, like I said, that fountain it's a $3 million fountain. You know, if we've got a driver, a motor, or an issue that we don't know, we've got to call the fountain company that installed it, which is located in Florida. They've had to come here twice since. So fountain specialists, the fertilizer. You have to be certified in order to fertilize anything within the city. We do not have any certified specialists for that, so we have to have an outside contractor come in for that. Electrician, we do not have an electrician, so I have to contract out. And there's a lot of stuff out here. The lights, the statues, the lights for the fountains, there's lights everywhere. And with weather and all the things that we have that go on here, it's a lot in the electrical. Mason work. Just like Dave Murphy, we were unable to hire a mason. We tried for a year and couldn't get somebody. A lot of the hardscape out here is specialty stuff. It's granite. It can't be just cleaned with, Dawn liquid soap. We can't use regular ice melt. We have to use a specialty ice melt that's in the manuals. So the park is also 8 years old. Things start to go. And, we have had to regrout right up in front of here, skate guards, ton of masonry work, bogan tree, those beautiful trees that you see in the fall, those are gigantic. We had to have a bogan tree come in and trim all of the trees throughout Hancock Adams Common and General's Park this year. Nichols. If you came in today, you might have got hit by the sprinklers. I apologize if you did. But we had to resod the walkways because the ice melt and the snow and the brutal winter that we had burnt it, and it wasn't going to come back. So those are the things that we have in contractual.
Thank you. Can I ask the city auditor what the latest numbers are for 2026 in that line?
Yes, Counselor. To date, in the contractual line, $101,697.82 has been spent. However, there are encumbrances open of $48,632.86, along with the requisition, which just means it's in the early stages of becoming an encumbrance of $1,800. So there is $28,841 available to the state.
Okay. So that, let's see, 28,000, and that was the same budget as this year, 180,000. So it looks like this year will be the highest of the last 3 years of expenses.
Yeah, and if you notice, it's grown each year.
Yeah.
And so has the cost, you know what I mean? So and we've taken on other responsibilities.
Right. I think I might make a motion to cut this line by $20,000 to $160,000.
So if I could, every year, something big goes on there, out there. Doesn't happen every year, but 2 years ago, we had a drive go. It was a $20,000 drive, and then the labor to come and have it done. Last year, we had the electrical box behind the fountain go. We had to dig up the entire trench behind it. It was another $17,000 to $18,000. We've had to have the motor taken out of the fountain over at General's Park. We had to have an outside contractor come in, remove the motor, take it, repair it, replace it, put it back in. So 3 years in a row, we've had a $20,000 hit that was unexpected. So I'm a little nervous about $20,000.
I guess I'm just looking at the actual spending for the last few years, and in 2024, it was $128,000. In 2025, $146,000. So even with those 20,000 expenses, it's still below 180,000. And I know that costs are going up, but even this year, there's $28,000 left with a $180,000 budget. So I guess I'm trying to cut where, it will, where we can, you know what I mean? So
I understand.
Okay, Councilor
My
McGee,
concern-
are you withdrawing that motion, or you're moving it forward?
I'm moving it forward.
Okay, so we have a motion on the table, 530303, contracted to reduce that line item by $20,000 from $180,000 to $160,000. Is that correct? Yes, okay. Any discussion on the motion? Councilor DeBona?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Listen, I've been through this entire, the 8 years that you've been doing the downtown, and you've done a phenomenal job. I can remember the trees outside here that basically was so dark. Talked about Dan Minton tonight. Lieutenant Minton, I used to see down here at the library in here in plain clothes at all hours of the night. People were sleeping outside here. It was very dark. And I'm glad you did your presentation. You talked about all the expansion that we've done over the years. I think we need to take into consideration that, you got Trader Joe's, you got medical use, the former Napoli's is being developed right now. There's going to be more green. There's going to be more things that are going to happen. These prices are going to go up. It's going to expand every day like we are. Next to the Chow World that's been demolished, and you can see the opening in that particular area. I'm glad you gave your presentation and talked about how it's evolved in the downtown. It's a lot every day. It's beautiful. Second to the Rockefeller Center with the Christmas tree lighting, this is second in the whole entire United States. It's unbelievable. The people I talk to in the city are just like amazed. And then anybody who comes from outside the city or the people that used to live here, I ask them about it and they're like, it's unbelievable. They come back just for that, just for the lighting. And we keep it, I always ask the mayor, can we keep that going? Can we keep that going till like February? Yes, we're gonna keep it going. And I just think you've done a phenomenal job downtown here. And as we expand with the downtown, with the new buildings that are being built, I believe that you're gonna be having to use all this. It's going up, as you just said. So I would be more apt to not cut this item. So I won't be supporting this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilor DeBona. Anyone else? Councilor Hubely? Sorry, I'll take Rich.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Just to dovetail a little bit on what Councilor DeBona just asked and something I didn't think to ask earlier. You've done a good job at articulating all the different properties that your crew is responsible for and the different modalities within them, whether it's edging the grass and lighting and pumps and mechanicals and electrical and so forth. I know we've recently added a small pocket park, the John Quincy Adams. Are there any known future expansions that we might want to factor in before delving into this? I just want to think within the next year or two, because there's also, you got to ramp up some of these things.
I don't think for next year there's anything that's scheduled to be ready and open. And, I would be okay. I'll make this happen.
Okay.
I'll make it happen.
Okay,
Okay, thank you.
that answer your question.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it.
Councilor Ash, I'm going to grab you next.
Thank you for the very detailed, it's good to see the daily product and what you and your team do on the daily basis. But just with respect to this line item, the contracted, Mary, where does snow removal come from?
So my guys do the snow removal. It comes out of the budget for DPW.
Okay, thank you.
You're all set? All set? Councilor Mahoney?
Thank you, Mary. So I wasn't really part of, when I was in the council before, I voted against this being in the operation budget. So it's not that the value isn't there to have somebody in the downtown doing the things you're doing, Mary, but it should be being paid for by the downtown, the DIF. That's where it should be paying for. That's personally what I think, because although the whole city uses the downtown, the investment in the downtown and the promise of the downtown that was going to cost us no money. And it's costing us $904,000 in our operating budget. And we also have $1.8 billion in our debt, which a lot of that is DIF. So, I could go through each line item, and I can tell you that in your overtime, when I look back on your overtime, I have to find it. In your overtime, you had a surplus of $28,000 in fiscal year '25, and you have $25,000 in fiscal year '26. So I'd be looking to cut $25,000 for fiscal year '26. 27.
So, just in the rest of June, I'm going to use between $5,000 and $7,000 of that. We have 2 watch parties on Friday. We have 2 watch parties on Saturday. We have a Kid Fest here from 12 to 8. So it's all hands on deck for those. So if you could cut it less than what I have to, well, you're not going to cut it for this year. It's for next year, right? That's fine.
For next year.
That's fine.
All right, so what did I just say? $25,000 for. So I'm gonna cut
Let's do the first one first.
Okay.
Okay, so we had a motion on 530303 to cut, right? 20,000. 20,000, okay. If I could just add, and I know Councilor Mahoney, you may have some other cuts that you want to propose, but the one thing I'm learning from this is we got to realize that all this beautiful infrastructure costs a lot of money to maintain. You know, all of these expansive fountains and the lighting, and so, you know, it's something to consider as development is made and, you know, pocket parks are created, that they're not, you know, self-maintained. There's a line item that we have to factor in for ongoing perpetual maintenance. And as far as the, you know, the events that happen, it just goes to show they're not free. They're free to attend, but there's a cost associated with that on top of whatever the celebration budget is. So on that motion, do we need a roll call vote, or can I say all those in
Deb,
favor?
can I say one thing? I just got to say, I got to give a shout out to my guys. I got to tell you that 365 days, it was 98 degrees today. They're outside. 5 below zero. We don't have a garage or a shed or a place to hide. These guys, you know, take it to heart that everything out there is real
Okay,
time.
I have a motion,
no, I
though,
don't
on the
want, I don't want people
contracted
to miss the
We have
fact
a motion on
that
the
real
contracted
time,
item.
everything gets
We have the
done.
motion on the contracted item. I'd like to take a
Oh,
roll
I'm
call
sorry.
vote, please. Thank you.
Counselor Ash.
What's that? We're voting on the 20,000. We're voting on that line item, yes. That's why I gotta keep some order here, or else I'm not gonna remember what's going on.
Counselor Ash.
Overturn.
Counselor DeBona.
No.
Counselor Hughley.
Overturn.
Counselor Jacobs.
Yes.
Counselor Mahoney.
Yes.
Counselor McKee.
Yes.
Counselor Ryan.
Yes.
Counselor Yuan.
Yes.
Chairman Riley.
Yes. Okay, did you have anything else,
So
Councilor
I do.
Mahoney?
I don't know at this point what the whole budget is, but because this is in the downtown and because and even though we haven't got the DIF reconciliation back from downtown, it needs to be paid for out of the DIF, not out of this whole budget. Just like we talk about CPA monies and the person that's, I wasn't here last night, I caught the last 10 minutes. That is an offset. So this should be zeroed out and be paid for from the DIF, especially seeing that this administration keeps saying that the DIF is paying for itself and we haven't been able to prove it. So I want this, and there's another piece of this that I'd like to say. You know, we do have a natural resources, I wasn't here for that last night. We have I talked about this before, we have hardscapes all over the city, it's not just in the downtown. We have fancy things all over the city. I will use Ward 4 Kincaid Park, $5.6 million invested into Kincaid Park. It's a disgrace. It's an absolute disgrace. If you go to Kincaid Park, you're going to see the basketball court is all peeled back, needs to be painted, but it hasn't been weeded, it hasn't been taken care of. You can go throughout the whole city when you talk about those pocket parks we're talking about. In the downtown, we keep it pristine, and that's great. And I really do appreciate it because it is beautiful, and I'm not trying to take anything away from you, Mary. What I'm trying to say is that it shouldn't be in the operating budget. It should be being paid for by the DIF. So this department's not going to go away. It's just going to be offset by the DIF. So I would like to make that cut, that it will be coming out of the budget, line item 640, downtown district, for whatever the balance is of the 904 after we've cut it. So it'll be a little bit lower, and then it will be paid for by the DIF. If it's not going to be paid for by the DIF, then I'm going to be making a recommendation to cut the whole thing.
If I may.
Mr. Walker?
What I would request the council to do is to, if that's the request, to have this funded out of the DIF directly, which I believe the administration a number of years ago had proposed doing that. At that time, the council, by recollection, I could be wrong, went in a different direction. But I would request that if the council believes that, as Council Mahoney suggested, that there should be an offset, to let us go back and show that offset and bring this back to you. But at least let us make a determination on what can be offset. I am not in a position tonight to say that, you know, we can 100% do that. Just because we're here tonight, I think it's a valid suggestion. But I think we would need the opportunity to discuss internally and then come back and present as we would with the tourism. It would look a lot like the tourism budget, where the line items would be offset by DIF revenue.
So when are we going to do that? Monday night?
Wednesday, you could do that.
Well, there's a motion. There is a motion. Councilor Mahoney has made a motion. I think that certainly if we'd had a little better understanding of the DIF, and which we've certainly been asking for it, might make this conversation a little bit easier. Councilor Mahoney, did you want to add anything?
So I do. So I think that's fine. You can certainly bring it back. And again, I'm going to say that the work that's being done is great, but there's a lot of this work that could also be done by different departments. So we could actually dismantle the whole thing. I'm not asking to dismantle the whole thing. I'm asking for it to be offset by the diff. And if you come back and say, well, this can be offset by the diff, but this can't, then when we have to look at, then where can it be absorbed into the rest of the budget? Because that's what I'm looking for. I'm not looking to break up this department. I'm looking to offset the cost for the taxpayers into the diff. And again, if we come back and find out, we're commingling, it's all the same, then, we'll talk again. But, at this point, this is what it needs to be done. And, every event I go to, it's beautiful. I see you working all the time. It's a lot of work that's being done. I don't want to see the fountains, I don't want to take that away and say we shouldn't be doing it because I see value in it. But I also I'm going to reiterate, we have a whole city to take care of. And this is a department that was created in the operating budget that the taxpayers are paying for, where we're not supposed to have to pay for anything in the downtown, the fountain, all these things we talk about how it's been paid for by the diff, yet we have an operating budget here that's also eating into our, your debt's eating into our budget, and we need this to be covered by something else, because we have to look for ways to be able to offset these things. And we also have to be I'm just really discouraged by what I see through the rest of the city. Because I see pocket parks that were created that aren't taken care of. I see the one on, I don't even know what it is, the one on, next to the Beachcomber. That's not what people thought it was going to look like. That's horrific looking. And then also, I will just go back to Kincaid Park, $6.8 million hardscaped, beautiful when it came out. A year later, burnt bushes, things not taken care of. And now it's like the equipment's tilted and the pavement's all torn up. It's been neglected. And that's what makes me sad, is that the downtown is beautiful, but we really should be making our whole city, every ward, should be having that tender loving care. But I don't want to see what is beautiful right now going backwards. I just think it should be paid for by the diff. If we can't pay for all of it by the diff, then we're going to have to find another way to pay for it, but it's not going to be, that will be a cut at that point when you bring it back. So I just want to make sure you understand that. So I'm more than willing to wait.
Okay, so we will table that motion.
Yeah, okay. I just have a quick question. So from this actual spending, this department exists from fiscal year 2024, is it correct? This department started from...
You're looking at the 5-year, right?
Yeah, because...
So the first year we were in the diff,
2021 to 2023 or zero budget. So means this department exists from fiscal year 2024. And my question is, before fiscal year 2024, the whole downtown area, which other departments taking care of it?
we did. Crystal looks fine.
Through you, Madam Chairwoman.
Okay, hang on, Councilor.
Thank you.
Walker.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. When we initially started this process, the positions were included in different departments that are not, we did not break them out. I believe it was entirely within the Park Department budget, and then at a certain point in time, the determination was made to break that out into its own division, and that's what you see before you. But that goes back at least 7 or 8 years now that we started having a group focused on the downtown.
Okay, so
We've
we're
been
gonna-
maintaining the
we're gonna
downtown
hold-
since 2019. It was paid for by another department in the diff before 2024.
We're gonna hold this item, we're gonna push this off, and we will work with the administration to see if we can move this into the diff, and we will have to address it on Monday night, right?
The 17th. No.
Oh, the 17th, right.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, my apologies. Okay, terrific. Okay, we will bring you back. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have Christine Cugini. Do I pronounce your name correctly?
You said Cugini, right? Yeah,
Cugini?
you're good. I'm used to it. Don't worry about it.
For Veteran Services, page 67 in our budget. Yes. Could you do, can I ask a favor? Thank you.
City
Welcome.
Council members, thank you for the opportunity to share about the role and responsibilities of the Veteran Services Department and what is required to effectively serve the veterans and their families of Quincy. The Veteran Services Department currently operates with a staff of 4 and 1 vehicle. Our office is open Monday through Friday, 8:30 to 4:30, but our commitment often extends beyond those hours to accommodate the veterans and their families when they need us most. Our mission is to ensure that veterans, their families, and their dependents receive the benefits, services, support they have earned through their service to our nation. This includes administering state veteran benefits, assisting federal VA claims, providing emergency financial assistance, and connecting veterans with housing, health care, employment, transportation, and mental health resources. Beyond benefit administration, we are often the first point of contact for veterans in crisis. Whether someone is facing homelessness, coping with a service-connected injury, struggling with mental health challenges, or navigating financial hardship, our office provides guidance, advocacy, support during some of the most difficult moments of their lives. Many of our veterans face increasingly complex challenges, some of which are coping with PTSD, traumatic brain injuries, chronic pain, substance use disorders, housing instability, and social isolation. The number of veteran suicide has reported to have decreased from 22 a day to 17. That does not mean we need to stop what we're doing. It means we continue to work each day to bring that number down. Equally important is our commitment to supporting our elderly veterans, surviving spouses, caregivers, and family members through advocacy, guidance, access to resources as they face the challenges of aging, financial assistance, healthcare needs, loss, and major transitions. This work requires more than technical knowledge. It requires trust, accessibility, consistency, experience, confidentiality, and the ability to listen. Staff of this department are Chapter 115 trained and 2 members of VA accredited. To fulfill our responsibilities effectively, we require adequate and stable funding, ongoing professional training, and the administrative capacity to manage a growing and increasingly complex service volume. We currently serve approximately 2,200 veterans in Quincy. The actual number is likely higher and does not include spouses, children, caregivers, surviving family members, and who all depend on our services. As the needs of our veterans continue to evolve, so must the services we provide. We see an increased demand for mental health services, housing assistance, and guidance navigating state and federal systems. Investments in technology, outreach, coordination are essential to ensure no veteran falls through the cracks. The Veteran Services Department is a forward-facing department that works closely with many city departments, organizations, and residents. One special partnership we have is with the Quincy Public Schools. Together, we coordinate veteran-related events and ceremonies to engage the students and help teach the values of service, patriotism, and remembrance. Throughout the year, the department will also maintain and support memorials, ceremonies, and events that honor those who served or those who continue to serve. In doing so, we remind veterans and their families that their sacrifices will never be forgotten. In addition to serving our veterans, our department also generates a direct reimbursement to the city from the Commonwealth. The reimbursement to Quincy at a 75 cents on the dollar for eligible Chapter 115 benefits paid. We currently assist approximately 130 veterans on Chapter 115. These benefits amount range from $5 to $2,300 as a monthly benefit. Our advocacy and claims work also brings in additional federal dollars into the community. Over the past year, our efforts increased VA benefits received by Quincy veterans and their families. We increased by 12%, resulting in more than $307,000 in additional federal benefits flowing directly into our local economy. We are also facing challenges of federal benefits being cut. Updated information from the DAV just today, a new congressional proposal was unveiled that could cut federal veteran benefits for up to 1.5 million veterans and reduce disability compensation payments to them as much as $57 billion over the next 10 years. As we look ahead, we are pursuing several important initiatives, including expanding outreach efforts, preserving historical records, ensuring veterans are properly identified and honored in our cemeteries, and exploring the ways to use technology to share the stories of our Quincy veterans with future generations. Before I conclude, I'd like to share a few examples of the people behind the numbers. We've helped a permanently disabled dependent receive benefits based on his parents, his father's military service, providing stability and support throughout his life. We assist the children of a veteran who left his family behind. Their mother suddenly found herself raising their children alone. Through their father's military service, we were able to help ensure those children received the benefits that they were entitled to receive. We helped a veteran widow reopen a previously denied claim following the passage of the PACT Act and secured the benefits she had earned, including a significant retroactive compensation. And then there are the calls that never appear in a report. Just last week, a veteran called me. She was angry. She was overwhelmed. She was depressed and told me she wished she were dead. She asked, "Christine, can I come see you?" I said, "Yes, come and see me." After I hung up, I contacted her social worker to ensure additional support was in place. When she arrived, we sat together and talked for nearly an hour. No form was filed, no reimbursement was generated, no statistic was recorded, but that interaction mattered. The value of this office cannot be measured solely by caseloads, reimbursements, or reports. Every day we help veterans and their families navigate some of the most difficult moments of their lives. Our veterans are not case numbers. They are our neighbors, our family, our coworkers, our friends. They answered the call to serve our country, and it is our responsibility to ensure that when they need assistance, someone answers that call for them. With your continued support, we can continue to fulfill that responsibility and ensure that no veteran is left behind. Thank you for your time, your consideration, and your continued commitment to support Quincy veteran community. I'd be happy to answer any questions. Sorry.
Thank you, Christine. Thank you for the work that you do with passion and compassion, helping people navigate bureaucratic government systems. It's shameful to hear that the feds are going to be potentially cutting some of this stuff. So with that, I will open it up to my colleagues for any questions. Any? Councilor Yuan, hang on a second.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I just have a question about item 512093, admin secretary.
I'm sorry?
512093. How many positions in that line item?
512093?
512093.
Oh. Two. There's only one that's budgeted for two. I'm sorry, budgeted for two, but we only have one right now.
Okay, and you are currently,
It's one open position.
okay. And that position haven't been filled since 2023, 2024?
Sorry?
So that position hasn't been filled for 3 years.
We had a temporary employee who actually just left the position. So she was being paid out of the clerk typist, but doing the work as an admin.
Oh, okay,
So
I see.
that the admin job has been posted.
Any further questions, Council Yuan?
Okay, no.
Council McGee, were you next? Sorry. Go ahead, Council
Hi.
McGee.
So I'm looking at the five-year look back, and puzzled by a couple of things. So the salary wage perm line is budgeted at 35,000 or so, and it was, the actual spending was 0 this year and just 3,000 last year.
So what we use that for is summer help, and with the projects that we have coming on, we've put in a request for some summer help. We also use some temporary local city residents for fall and in the spring when we're placing flags. So when they come on board, it would just be temporary for a few weeks.
Okay, so kind of temporary, and it doesn't look like a lot has been used in the last
No.
ever. Okay. I'm going to make a motion to cut this line from $35,135 to $5,000, which is more than what's been spent in the last 5 years.
Yes, but with the new projects that are coming on, I would ask you to please reconsider and maybe going up to maybe 15,000 if you don't mind.
Okay,
Thank you.
yes.
Okay, so we have a motion on line item 510110 to reduce that line item to $15,000. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Opposed.
Okay, Councilor Jacobs, Councilor DeBona is opposed. Councilor Hubley, did you want to speak, or you register opposed? You're all set? Okay, so that motion is passed. And I hope you understand, Christine, we're just trying to keep from cash being left on the table that gets pulled back at the end of the year, so it's in no way
No,
reflective
I
of the work you
appreciate the
do.
conversation. So
Yeah, I don't want to, I'm going to try not to cut from actual people, so where we can. That looked like an easy line item. And then, sorry?
Don't pay attention.
Okay, sorry, I thought, overtime line as well has been budgeted at, has not gone, oh, actually, that has, never mind. Okay, back to my other questions. I'm wondering, why is longevity 2,000 when either 0 or $250 has been used in the past 3 years?
So I think there was a transfer in for that. I don't, the longevity is not something that I,
Oh, that's another weird longevity thing. Okay. Okay. Was the Assistant Director of Veteran Services position added in 2025?
Yes,
Is that
it was.
brand new? Okay.
So we kind of moved and reorganized. The assistant director is now VA certified for claims. And through the department, the Graves Registration Officer duties, we all fill those roles.
Clerk typist 2 went from 48,000 something in 2025 to almost $69,000, a more than $20,000 boost. Can you explain that?
Yes, that was what I mentioned earlier about the
additional
temporary.
person.
Yes.
Okay, sorry, yeah, I remember. What is the supply line?
For supplies.
Okay, I guess, but
What
what kind of?
supplies?
Yeah, what supplies?
Paper,
Yeah,
water, pens.
there's supplies, and then that's separate from office supplies.
Oh, so we kind of use it for both. It's a very small line considering we,
I guess I'm not sure what both is referring to.
oh, I'm sorry, there's an office supply and then there's a supply.
And supplies I guess I'm just
Supplies.
wondering, what's the non-office supplies, part of supplies?
It could be some gift cards for our veterans. It could be flowers, note cards for thank yous.
Okay. And then what is the Veterans Council?
That is the veterans organizations receive a stipend through that budget line, and it's because of their work and participation with the city events.
Okay. Thank you. It looks like Veterans Events is a new line item this year. Is that the case?
It is.
Okay. How many events are you having?
So that would include Memorial Day, Veterans Day, General's Bridge tree lighting. We do, let
Marina
me see,
Bay.
I'm trying to go through.
Marina Bay, you did the one at Marina Bay?
Yes, 2 Vietnam Veteran Days, thank you, Councilor Riley. POW Day, Gold Star Families. We have quite a few events.
Okay.
We need to make sure we're remembering all.
Looking at the repairs line, looks like there's been no money spent in the last 3 years, and the only thing spent is $65 in 2023. Yeah, I think I'm going to make a motion to cut that line item. This is repairs.
520400, repairs, maintenance, $960.
Yeah.
Well,
I cut the whole line item, yeah.
Christine, do you want to expound upon what that might be used for?
No.
It doesn't seem like it's been some kind of a very small amount, so, okay, so
The auditor's saying there is an open encumbrance for $500 for this year?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll leave that in? It's a nominal amount.
Yeah,
Okay.
okay. Okay, all right, thank you, that's it for me.
You're welcome.
Go ahead, Councilor Jacobs.
Hi, how you doing? I just want to go back and just ask a question about the veterans events. Does anything from Wreaths Across America come out of that fund, out of that $50,000? When we do the Wreaths,
No.
No, so we're not paying for the wreaths, those are all
Those are
provided through
donations.
donations. And, I got an email from a constituent, and they were talking about like the parks and the neighborhoods that are dedicated to fallen soldiers. Are we still decorating those parks, every year?
You mean
Like, putting a wreath,
placing
putting a
wreaths
wreath, yeah,
and
we still
flags?
doing
Yes.
that? Is that going at the same time as like the wreaths across, is that like the same time?
No.
No, okay, I just wasn't sure.
No,
I
so
know that there's one down
The
in-
wreaths are placed Memorial Day.
Yeah, I know there's one down at Grenham Playground in the neck. I did see it there. But I just had a a constituent emailed me about that, so I wanted to ask. I also wanted to ask, this is also from that same constituent, about the Veterans Grave Officer. What happened there? Because, I mean, I don't have much interaction with the Veteran Service Office, but this is the one interaction that I've had with Veteran Service, and it was probably, 6 or 7 years ago. And I just, who's doing that work now?
So the work has been absorbed through the whole department,
Okay.
but mainly myself as far as the cemetery piece and the coordination with the cemetery.
Okay, very good. I just was curious about that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any further discussion? Councilor Hubley is next.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So for several years, my son and I have been members of the Sons of the American Legion. And I thought I had an appreciation for the work he did. But having been more involved as chair of the Veterans Services Committee and attending the monthly Quincy Veterans Council meetings and collaborating with you on advocacy, particularly back in February, March, and we should potentially collaborate like tomorrow on what I learned about today. In terms of advocacy, I think it's really opened my eyes and touched my heart, frankly. I'll leave it at that.
Okay. Anyone on this side? Oh, Councilor DeBona.
No, thank you, Madam Chair. Christine, you've done a phenomenal job in this role. I want to thank you for all your hard work. I want to thank your staff. These veterans events have been unbelievable. You really hit it out of the park. Your advocacy for veterans and your dedication, it's very sincere. I appreciate everything you do in your department to keeping the veterans services at bay. Just to elaborate a little bit on previous years about cuts in certain budgets. I know Council on Aging is coming up soon, and a few years ago, it happened in that particular budget, and I'll tell you, there was an uproar. So, I mean, not everybody's going to be watching this. There's a lot more people that do, but they're going to know that you guys basically cut out of this budget. I want to go on record that I said no to that. It's a moral belief on my end. She said she's going to have summer help. But just to let you know, it happened in previous years in a different budget, and it became an uproar. So I just want to let you know. But with that, I'd like to make a motion to approve as amended.
Motion to approve as amended. Councilor Hubley, did you have?
Yeah, on the motion, I apologize for earlier. I wanted to say thank you for all the efficiencies that you added. So with the work you've done to improve communication, the reduction in expenses in some areas. I know overtime is lower than it's been prior to your leadership. I know you've absorbed responsibilities that were previously done by other staff. And I think everyone should be mindful of that effort and those efficiencies relative to the value that's presented by the organization that you run, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Councilor Ash, you were next.
Christine, thank you for the presentation. You're an incredible example of an agent of our city. The veterans are lucky to have you. We're lucky to have you. I guess I don't have any questions. I just want to take the moment to appreciate you publicly. I know a lot of your work is done, one-on-one and often confidential and behind closed doors. And I know that the work that you do is invaluable. And thank you for that. I will say I didn't think that, I thought the only budget that could move me to tears was my own, but apparently now this one as well. But thank you very much for all your work.
Thank you, Councilor Ash.
Councilor Jacobs, did you have something?
Yeah, sorry, I just wanted to say something I just heard. There was a cut, to this budget. It was, we cut.
Summer help.
Which one did we cut?
It was the
Salary and
wage.
wage.
Yeah, that's,
Summer
down to $15,000. You just said here that you were okay with that before we cut that, right? Weren't you the one who suggested the 15,000?
Yes, I did.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Because if you weren't okay with that, I only voted, you said you were okay, that's what you wanted. So I just wanted that to go on the record that she wanted it to be at 15,000.
Noted. Any other discussion on this? Okay.
Can I, first, I will make do with the 15,000.
Yeah.
I'm not okay with any cut to a veterans budget.
If you had said that, I probably would have changed my vote the other way.
It seemed to have been kind of a back and forth, so I just had a couple of questions on the reimburse. So it's 75 cents on the dollar you get reimbursed for the services, the direct benefits that you buy, you provide, which isn't these overhead, right? It's the direct ones?
It's the Chapter 115.
The veterans benefits, the 1.2?
State benefit.
Okay.
Not federal.
So how is that reflected in the budget? Is it an offset, or is it 75, is it 75% on top of that? So the 1.2.
No, so it's a year later that you get that reimbursement.
Of course, because it's the government. So the reimbursement comes in, gotcha. I'm just curious, how do we account for that when it comes back in? Does it?
It goes into the treasury, and then we go through some paperwork and make sure that we're getting what we should be getting.
Okay. I'll try to understand that better for next year. And then the only other thing I'd say is that the veterans events, you've done some great events. Obviously, in a time where maybe things get a little tighter, that might need to be tightened up a little bit if need be. But, you know, obviously, we would never cut anything direct benefits to the veterans. That would never happen. So, Councilor Hubley.
Yeah, on the motion, I just wanted to clarify something that Councilor Jacobs tried to clarify. I don't think Director Congeni asked for a $15,000 cut. I think this body proposed a larger cut, and she appealed to us for less of a cut. And I think we should just be very clear about that, and I'm happy to have anyone fact check me on that by looking later on QATV. So just a clarification, thank you, that's all I've.
Councilor DeBona.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With the will of the body, I remember what happened a few years ago, and we came back at a previous meeting and amended it. I remember it vaguely, very vividly, and the council came back and re-voted on it. So if the will of the body, could we re-vote on that particular line item in the budget that you guys cut? If I can make a motion to ask for a revote on that cut.
I don't know procedurally if we can do that.
You can, because we came back to the council and we did it. So I'm asking the body if we could have a revote, and if it's up to the council members to allow that to happen.
I think we've already voted on it.
No, you can.
I think we've already voted on it. I mean, these are summer help, a few summer help people. We didn't cut it in its entirety, and I don't know if we can revisit this item procedurally. I honestly don't know.
I mean, let's see if they.
Procedurally, we did come back and we re-voted on that. I remember it like it was yesterday.
Well, you reintroduced it.
We reintroduced it, yes,
Okay.
we did. I'm just asking the will of the body.
That's a different procedure. That's a different procedure. Councilor McKee?
So I want to just, so I probably said, this is an easy cut because the highest amount this has been spent in the last 5 years is $3,493. So the budget for next year that we passed is $15,000. So it's much more than what has been spent to date. And that's why I said it was an easy cut, because it's temporary employees who, may come for seasonal, but it's never gone above $3,493. So in this last 5 years, so that's why I said that. And I would say, given the spending, nothing was spent in this current year according to this, so.
I guess if we wanted to take a vote to revote this, it sounds like it's getting confusing. I think it would have to be unanimous to revote. Hang on a second, Counselor Jacobs.
I just want to make a motion to approve the budget as amended.
Well, that's already on the table.
Oh, okay.
There's already a motion on the, so I think that this is reasonable and we can just vote on the budget. Move the motion. Just take the vote.
Counselor Ash? Counselor DeBona?
Yes.
Counselor Hughley?
Yes.
Counselor Jacobs?
Yes.
Counselor Mahoney? Yes. Counselor McKee? Yes. Counselor Ryan? Yes. Counselor Yuan? Chairman Hunt?
Yes. Okay, so we've approved that budget as amended. Thank you, Christine.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Next up, we have Ms. Hanley. Council on Aging budget, page 66. For those still with us. Welcome, Michelle.
Good evening. Good evening, Councilor Riley, members of the City Council, Mr. Walker, who stepped out. My name is Michelle Hanley. I am the Director of the Council on Aging. I'd like to begin, of course, as I always do, by thanking Mayor Koch for his continued support of the Council on Aging and the older adults of Quincy. I would also like to recognize our volunteer Council on Aging Board and thank the incredible team of very dedicated professionals who serve Quincy residents every day. They work in a very public-facing environment, often helping residents during some of the most challenging moments in their lives, and I'm incredibly proud of the work that they do. Many people think the Council on Aging is as simply a senior center. In reality, we operate one of the largest community-based aging service systems in the region. According to the 2020 federal census, Quincy is home to more than 24,000 residents age 60 and older, the fourth largest older adult population in Massachusetts, behind only Boston, Springfield, and Worcester. Before I discuss the numbers that I sent to you all this week, I'd like to tell you about a Quincy senior. This resident doesn't know how to use a computer. They don't drive anymore. Their family lives out of state. One day, they received a phone call telling them their bank account had been compromised. A few days later, they missed a medical appointment because they didn't know where to turn for transportation. Shortly after that, they received a notice regarding the fact that their Blue Cross plan was no longer going to be offered, and they didn't understand why or where to turn. For many of us, these are just inconveniences. But for an older adult living alone, they can become crises. The Quincy Council on Aging exists to make sure that that doesn't happen. Day in and day out, the Council on Aging staff helps residents navigate transportation, benefits, healthcare, housing concerns, social isolation, caregiving challenges, and increasingly scams and financial exploitation. When an older adult can no longer drive to medical appointments, they call us. When families or caregivers are overwhelmed and don't know where to turn or what resources are available, they call us. When a resident receives a suspicious call, email, or text message and fears they may be the victim of a scam, they call us. When someone is isolated, lonely, or struggling to navigate the many services available to older adults, they call us. Quincy residents rely on us to help them remain independent, healthy, safe, and connected to their community. From July 1st, 2025 through May 31st, 2026, the Council on Aging served over 2,500 unique older adults through transportation, outreach, health and wellness services, social programs, recreation, education, caregiver support, and community engagement. During that same period, participants in our programs and services checked in more than 45,000 times and accumulated over 126,000 hours of engagement. Transportation remains one of our most critical services. This year alone, our transportation team provided over 26,000 rides, including more than 10,000 medical appointments and over 16,000 community trips for grocery shopping, social activities, or other essential services. For many residents, these rides are the difference between remaining independent and becoming isolated. We also focused heavily on health, wellness, safety, and outreach. In partnership with the Quincy Health Department, we provided 90 blood pressure clinics serving over 1,300 residents. Our Alzheimer's support group and memory cafe programs provided much-needed support and connection for individuals living with cognitive decline and memory loss and their caregivers. At the same time, we continue to combat social isolation through fitness classes, educational programs, volunteer opportunities, recreational activities, and community trips. Nearly 20,000 visits were made to our fitness program alone this year. In October, we welcomed our new outreach coordinator / senior fraud and scam liaison. The position was initially proposed in the FY26 budget as a senior fraud and scam liaison, but working with the mayor's office and human resources, we intentionally structured it as outreach coordinator, senior fraud and scam liaison, because the needs of Quincy residents over age 60 extend far beyond fraud prevention. The position supervises and coordinates the Council on Aging's outreach efforts, oversees case assistance and follow-up services, develops educational programming, supports volunteer engagement, and serves as the city's lead resource for fraud and scam prevention affecting older adults. Since the position was filled in October, the outreach team has conducted 36 presentations across 13 senior housing buildings, veteran services, and at the Kennedy Center. Topics included fraud and scam prevention, fall prevention, the Yellow Dot program, and the File of Life program. The outreach team has also completed more than 850 direct outreach calls to older residents. Though impressive, those numbers only tell part of the story. This position came online at exactly the right moment. Some of you may have heard this, but earlier this year, South Shore Elder Services, our ASAP, unexpectedly lost state funding, and many seniors across the region faced uncertainty about services they depended on. During the transition to Old Colony Elder Services, Quincy residents needed guidance, advocacy, and reassurance. The outreach coordinator played a critical role in helping residents navigate this transition, working with partner agencies and ensuring continuity of service for vulnerable older adults. Without this position, that work would have fallen on existing staff who already are operating transportation, programming, social services, and the daily operation of the Kennedy Center. In a small department such as ours, every leadership position must create capacity. This position has done exactly that. It has expanded our ability to reach isolated seniors, respond to emerging issues, provide fraud education, coordinated services, and maintain continuity during a major system disruption. The position is not simply an added staff member. It is an investment in prevention, outreach, crisis response, and senior safety. The proposed FY27 budget of $1,157,894 represents a 3.05% increase and reflects primarily contractual obligations. It allows us to continue providing these essential services while maintaining responsible stewardship of taxpayer dollars. For a department of only 29 employees, our reach is significant. Our mission is simple: helping Quincy residents age well, remain independent, and stay connected to their community. Every ride, every outreach call, every fraud prevention presentation, every meal served, every dance party held, and every program participant represents a Quincy resident whose quality of life has been improved through services supported by this budget. On behalf of our dedicated staff, volunteers, Council on Aging Board, and the residents we serve, I thank you all for your continued support and respectfully request favorable consideration of the FY27 Council on Aging budget. Thank you, and I'll be happy to answer any and all questions.
Thank you, Michelle. Anyone on this side? No? Counselor Ryan?
Thank you for coming tonight, Michelle. That was a great presentation. I'm taking a look at a couple of your line items, and actually, the first one that I see is line item 510029. And I do see that there was a transfer out of $12,000. Can you explain that?
Yes, absolutely. That is the position I just spoke of that wasn't filled until October. And so because I knew I had some breakage in that line, I actually like to keep my munis very clean. As you'll see that I don't have anything left in my longevity. And so I transferred money to cover, I can tell you where it went. I've got all of them. I have everything printed out for you here, but what's in yours? Sorry. I actually put it on the same sheet you have. If you'll see that $12,000, are you looking at this one, the year-to-date?
Yes.
That Susan sent out? It actually went below the $8,510 that went into overtime, $350 went into longevity, and $3,140 went into education.
Okay.
Because though our budget reflects that those were zeros or less, there were actual spending in education, longevity, and overtime. So I
Okay.
transferred $12,000 out to make that clean.
Okay, all right. And what about in contracted? I see another transfer out of $7,649.
Yes, I did. I transferred it to vehicle repairs, though I think it is probably perfectly acceptable to pay for vehicle repairs out of contracted. Again, I like to keep things clean, and so I transferred money out to vehicle repair line to pay for our aging fleet.
Okay. And education pay, I do see that you didn't have anything in the budget until 2027.
Correct. I, as some of you may know, I'm only in my second year in this position. When I came on, there was no money in the education budget. There were no employees who got that union benefit. There are now 2 employees who get that union benefit.
Okay, and they're union employees?
They are,
Okay, okay.
both with associate's degrees.
And can you explain the SWAP program?
Sure, that is the Senior Work Abatement Program. It is a wonderful program run actually by the assessor's office. They take in all of the applications for any of the older adults in the community who meet particular guidelines, and it is facilitated by our department. We coordinate the hours that folks work, and it's, again, a senior worker abatement program, so folks can make up to $1,500 that will come off of their third quarter tax bill.
Okay, 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 all right, okay. Those are just the questions I have for now. Thank you.
You're welcome.
This side? Anyone? Counselor McGee?
Hi, I love a clean munis. Thank you.
Me too.
So I wonder about, do you know the revenues that you're bringing in from classes or whatever?
We do. We deposit into a gift account, and this year, Sue can double-check me, but I actually looked at it today. Sometimes Treasury is a little behind when we bring it to them. We deposit daily. I think we brought in $188,000 so far this year. So it's 83345 570,000.
The account number?
I'm telling Susan the
Oh,
account
okay,
number.
I was like,
She
I don't
knows it
know.
off the top of her head.
I do. I know my munis. I was a math
Okay.
major. I was my math, yeah. In my first life, I was a high school math teacher.
Okay. That's great. Thank you so much. And Is there a dispatcher position? I see it in the 5-year look back, but not in the budget page.
That is in the CDBG grant. It's actually an open position right now, but it's paid for by CDBG.
Okay.
There was a person filling in that position that was paid out of the dispatch line last year, and I think maybe 1 week of this year, which I actually transferred to clean that up too.
And then the swap is at 0, but budgeted for $35,450.
Correct. That's a placeholder for the assessor's office, similar to when Mr. Rowland was here presenting his budget. He's got a line in his for veterans.
Okay.
So it's,
Similar. Okay.
in the past 2 years, nothing has been taken out.
Okay. So no one's been using that program?
They have, but it's not, it's not appropriate for payroll uses. It's a placeholder for the overlay account.
Okay. And what is contractual services used for?
I already opened to that page, Counselor.
Oh, I like it.
We use contractual we have a $48,800 budget in contractual. And please keep in mind that we are a council on aging. And so we use that for several classes, entertainment, a baseline for the fitness programs, presentations, and some transportation. As I said, I did use some of it for transportation repairs and other services, such as we give $1,000 annually to the Wollaston Senior Center, which is the Asian American Service Association. We also have an employee work there 8 hours a week.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? Councilor Hubley.
All right. Thank you, Director Hanley, for coming tonight. Just a few statements. So when I first took office, one of the first departments I visited was your department. And, given some, the history of when you took over the department, it was really reassuring that you quickly took me through all of the different controls that you've put in place in your tenure thus far. It was pretty impressive. There's a decent amount of small denomination cash transactions that take place, and there is like complete and thorough accounting of it. When it's off by $2, that they dig in on a daily basis and reconcile those. There's signed envelopes, dual signed envelopes that get deposited into a safe for controls. And so with that type of transactional behavior, it's great to know that you've put in some really strong controls, and I appreciate you taking me through pretty much your entire budget and all of the different accounts and things like that. So it gave me a real strong sense of what you've managed to do since taking the helm, and I truly appreciate it and I wanted to say thank you for that. And on a lighter note, it was really kind of nice I've attended a number of the different events there, and one of the more recent ones was the opening day of Senior Olympics, which was a ton of fun. I particularly enjoyed watching the staff and seniors volleyball competition. I had to leave before it was over, so I never did get the final score, but I think I can guess what it was.
Oh, we won.
Well,
we being the seniors.
Yeah, okay, that's kind of what I thought. There was a few key players of note. There's one player in particular whose name will remain Chris Walker, that could use a little practice on some volleyball. But aside from that, that's all I have. I just wanted to make a cheap joke.
They do say every year that they're going to come and practice, and they never do. Our folks practice every Wednesday.
All right, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Councilor DeBona?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to elaborate a little bit on the volleyball game, back when I was on the Park and Recreation Board, I was actually a participant and just played in that game 2 years, and the seniors won both years. They put us to the test. Different participants. We didn't have Mr. Walker. I think Mr. Walker might have been out there. But I appreciate all your hard work at the Council on Aging, everybody that's a part of it, some of the volunteers that come in there and help out. Your staffing does a phenomenal job with the services that we have. I would hope to the near future that we find more opportunities throughout the city to give you. I think we're going to be working on that every year. It's big on my plate. Every time I go out there in different wards, they ask about that. So I think as we expand the 103,000 folks and the seniors that we have in our city that are very active, I truly believe that it extends their lives just going to the senior center / Council on Aging, and all the activities that you do. It's really great. Thank you. I appreciate everything. And with that, I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Thank you,
Motion.
Councilor DeBona. We do program at the Fall River Clubhouse currently, and are always looking for additional places to program. This summer, we'll be running a pickleball program on Monday and Wednesday mornings up at Faxon Park.
Awesome.
Pickleball courts.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we have a motion to approve this. Was there more discussion? Counselor Ryan?
Michelle, I just had one question on how you process payments through, for the different events at the senior center.
Sure. We have a revenue handling and turnover policy packet that I'd be happy to email to you
Sure,
tomorrow
that
morning.
would be great.
I didn't bring enough for everybody. This is an example of the envelope that Councilor Hughley spoke of. We have some of those 29 staff, some of the hourly staff are seniors who man our front desk. So as folks come in to check into the senior center, we use a program called My Senior Center, and they have key tags similar to your CVS tag, I guess is the easiest way to describe it. As they sign in, there's a computer screen with all of the activities for each day, and that's why we're able to keep such great numbers, though I do have to say our numbers are probably larger because I'm always chasing people down to check in. As they check in, if they're attending a class that has a fee, the person at the desk collects the fee. Each class has its own envelope with the day, date, class activity amount collected and signature. And then if there's somebody who doesn't have their $2 for the exercise class, they just make note of it. We're not going to chase anybody down the hallway for a $2 fee. But we do make note of it because when we reconcile each day, we do a deposit every day. We have sheets, let me pick a Thursday. This today's Thursday, we have sheets like this, that we have one for every single day that has the activities of the day with the fee already in because they don't change. Number in class, number paid, amount on envelope, and any notes. So we could write, one scholarship, I call it a scholarship when they can't pay it. The same, so they check the number in classes comes right from My Senior Center. So we log in and we can see how many people actually scanned in for that class. And if there's 25 people, there should be $50 in that envelope. If there's not, we're going to find out why every day.
Okay.
And then the cafe is the best $3 lunch you're ever going to get. But the cafe we keep $20 free cash, or I guess petty cash, starting cash till everything else goes into that envelope at the end of the day. We probably average between $150 and $200 a day in the cafe.
And you do daily deposits? Did you mention
We
that?
bring them, we do daily deposit sheet. We bring them to City Hall twice a week unless any envelope is more than $500 for the day. Not envelope individual, but the deposit for the day is $500. It has to come immediately up. That is a policy in place by the treasurer. And I didn't work on these policies by myself. This was a collaboration with the treasurer, the municipal finance director, the outside auditor, and the mayor's office. And much of this started before I was appointed.
Now, do you keep track of what events seniors enroll in? So you have an inkling of what are their favorite events?
We do.
Okay.
We do, and I can tell you, strength training and chair yoga. We had at least 60 people. We average 250 people every Tuesday and Thursday, 250 unique individuals, unique in all senses of the word, but that's 250 different people. They may come in and sign in for more than one event, but 250. And so we do have a chart like this that we can print out right from my senior. And sometimes we try things and they're wonderful, and sometimes they're not. And so you won't see it again, but we'll try it.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
If I could just add, Counselor Ryan, if you're not a member and you haven't been going down there, you're missing out.
You are, especially the dance parties every Wednesday this summer. They're free.
Counselor Jacobs, hang on a second. There you go.
Hi, Mrs. Haley, how are you?
Well, thank you.
Very good. I just wanted to say, you're doing a great job. You know, I've known you for 30 years now,
I
a
don't
long
know,
time.
how old are you, David?
How old am I? Oh, wow. But, you know, those who don't know, she was the recreation, well, she worked in recreation when I was a kid. And, you know, then she became the recreation director. And when I found out you were going to Council on Aging, I was sad, you know, because I know that you did such a great, you know, a great job as a rec counselor when I was a kid. And I know that you really loved that job. And I didn't see it really at first, but you know, working with kids, you know, are really our most vulnerable population. And then, you know, this really, now looking back, seems like such a great fit because our seniors are really our second most, you know, vulnerable population. And, you know, I know a lot of things have happened in the last couple of years, and I just know that, you know, everything there is okay and it's going to be okay. And I've heard great things. I haven't been to the Kennedy Center since I've taken office, but I have gone down to the HouseNet Community Center. And a lot of the people there also go there, and they just say how great it's been the last year and a half, 2 years, and just, so I just want to thank you so much for everything you're doing.
Thank you, Counselor.
Counselor McGee?
Did you have something?
Oh, did you, Richard? I'm sorry. Forgive me. Counselor Ash?
Not a question, Michelle, thank you. Just to some sentiments, you know, the on-site programming is great, and it sounds like you've covered a lot of what you do on-site. I'm sure there's more. You'll probably leave and think of all the things that you could have said, but there's so many good things going on in the program that it sounds like that's a good problem to have. However, the off-site amenities and services and programs that the seniors can take advantage of too, I wanted to highlight, not just the travel and the rides to and from appointments in Boston and back, but also, you know, we collaborated on a number of properties with snow removal this year for seniors and vulnerable seniors that obviously have trouble clearing and had trouble clearing, and potentially people there, it was their first time because we didn't have a storm for so long, and now they can't tend to their properties like they did the last time we had a winter like this. So those services, you know, even just 2 times in the last week, I've been collaborating with Cheryl in your department, and it's clear that, you know, the seniors are lucky to have all of you, so thank you.
Thank you.
Is that it? Counselor McGee, yes. Go ahead.
So after I finished, I just realized that I did get an email from someone quite a while ago who was asking if the senior center would ever consider allowing credit card use because they just don't carry around cash.
It is a direction that we will go.
Okay.
Right now, we have 4 decades worth of folks, 60s, 70s, 80s, and 90s. Actually, I should say 5 because we have a couple 100-year-olds as well, one that just turned last week. Happy birthday. And so our older adults, our oldest of our older adults still prefer cash. However, we definitely see that coming. When I was the recreation director back in 2006 and 2007, we were actually the first holder of an authorized .NET account and spearheaded. We actually went over and trained the college on how to use it and what to do for reconciling with the treasurer's office. So it's in my wheelhouse, and we are considering a rollout first with the treasurer's office for the bigger trips. There are some, we contract with Royal Tours and Bloom Tours and a few others to run these day trips that are a little bit expensive. So that would probably be the first bit. I don't see anybody using it to buy their $3 lunch, but I think for those larger venues, it would be worth it for sure.
Sounds great. Yeah, and I think the person was actually saying they wished it could be for the $3 things, just because some folks aren't carrying around, cash. But anyway, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councilor McGee. Anyone else? We don't have a motion yet, do we? Oh, we do, sorry. I'm just going to take some liberty, Michelle, because you know that I'm in there quite a bit. I think you do an awful lot on a relatively modest budget. Thank you, Councilor Ryan, for posing the cash reconciliation question, because it is one that I think it's good that you were able to give that answer on the record. And while there may be some people who want to pay by credit card, I mean, most of it is $3, which at the Milton Senior Center, everything's $5, so it's a bigger bargain. So, I think you've done a lot of great things, and there's a really good vibe in that space, and that you have a lot of that credit, and your staff. You have a wonderful, wonderful staff. So, with that, we'll motion to approve. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Wonderful. Thank you very much, Michelle.
Thank you.
Have a
Thank you
good
very
night.
much.
All righty.
Please do stop by.
Pardon me?
I said, please do stop by. Anyone who hasn't, you'll love it.
Okay, public buildings, public buildings. Okay, next up, we have Commissioner Hines with the Public Buildings budget on pages 49 and 50. Welcome. Thank you for your patience.
My pleasure. I'm happy to be here. I'm proud of my department and all of my employees and the jobs that we do. Thank you for having me, and happy Pride to those who celebrate. I know the hour's late, but please allow me to very briefly describe our responsibilities and our successes of the Department of Public Buildings. Kind of find it hard to believe, but this July 1st, I'll start my 11th year in this role. It seems like a much shorter time, and I think that's because I brought a lot of the cases from the law department with me. But I speak tonight on behalf of myself, but also on behalf of all the members of the department. I try to insert the word "we" in these comments rather than "I," because it is a team effort, and I know that's kind of cliche, but it is the reality of it. I appreciate the skill, the knowledge, the ingenuity, and the craftsmanship brought to the table, and the support of each one of them, the trades, the custodians, the administration alike. And I certainly appreciate the confidence and the support of Mayor Tom Koch and of the City Council through the years. And I look forward to a robust and positive relationship with this council. There's an old saying, nobody knows what I do until it doesn't get done. I saw that. I actually have it on the wall in my office, and I chuckled when I saw it. But I've said this before, and I'll repeat it. It sounds kind of strange, but my department really provides the stage that most other city departments and operations perform on. We just recently completed about a $2 million structural repair of the Kennedy Center. We all understand how vital that facility is to that department and to the city as a whole. But it had some problems underneath. They're fully complete, fully resolved, and the building is good for years to go. We keep the lights on, we keep the heat on, the AC working, the plumbing flowing, the doors on the hinges, and dealing with all the crazy things that happen on an ongoing and daily basis. Maintaining the buildings, improving them, and still addressing years of deferred maintenance. We like making them healthier for the occupants. We oversee the building of all new ones, and we opened 3 out-of-ground new construction buildings in the last 18 months or so. That being the Quincy Public Safety Complex, the Furnace Brook Golf Clubhouse, and the Animal Care Center on Quarry Street. And these follow the recent De Cristofaro Center opening and the Southwest Middle School. We've torn down a number of buildings as well. Just today, you may have seen the old police station is gone, and good riddance. The design and the ongoing construction of the new Squantum School is another, obviously, one of our roles. I'm very proud of it. It's going very well. I have to thank again, at every opportunity I can, the neighbors and the residents of Squantum for their cooperation and understanding. They're living through it. It's been remarkably positive, notwithstanding the occasional traffic jam on Huckins Avenue. We in the department care for more than 100 structures and buildings. The most significant ones number about 70, and that's the City Hall, Cottington Hall, the police stations, all of the schools, all of the fire stations, the libraries, but there's so many other structures, just the Tide Mill and other buildings, the DPW, the backyards and all that. There's some departments we cooperate with and co-manage, we'll call it. Those are generally some of the DPW buildings and the Parks Department. But beyond that, we really are it. For fiscal 2025, our maintenance division received over 2,700 work orders for repairs, and fiscal 26 is tracking that same number. We have a very talented team of tradespeople, and they have seen and done it all for us. There are, of course, many contractual repairs for larger projects and ongoing matters, and when we just get too busy to do it all in-house. We have aggressively abated asbestos from our school buildings across the city and from our fire stations. The newer schools, of course, don't have asbestos in them, but the older ones do and has. We've made great progress in abating these situations. I'm an advocate of if you've got to go in to abate a pipe in a room and you're tenting that room off and you're going through all the craziness that entails, you take every morsel of asbestos out of that room. You don't ever have to go back. And that's how we've attacked it. In doing that, we have abated all known asbestos out of the 110, 15-year-old Wollaston School. It's all out of the Bernazani School. It is all out of the Beechwood Knoll School. And we're very near that point, that milestone for Montclair and Snug Harbor. Another public health program we continue to advance is improving the quality of the drinking water in our schools, removing the lead from the water. We've expanded this effort to our libraries and our senior center. We started this comprehensive effort at the direction of Mayor Koch some 10 years back, and we continue the drive. Well, the federal limit for lead in drinking water is 15 parts per billion. No amount of lead is healthy. So we set our goal at 0 parts per billion, and our own self-imposed cap at 5 parts per billion. That's 1/3 of the federal allowed level. Using both city funding and state grant money, we've been very successful in reducing the lead by changing service lines, repiping entire buildings, for instance, the Lincoln Hancock School, and by changing faucets and fixtures. But we're not stopping. The Mass DEP recently set a voluntary limit of 1 part per billion. We are working now to go from our 5 to the 1, and we will achieve that level because no lead is good lead. And our efforts have not gone unnoticed. Quincy has been referenced in presentations and discussions on the topic near and far. We strive to make our buildings more accessible to the people of Quincy and beyond with ADA compliance. Every time we alter something structurally, and every time we do an upgrade, it is done with an eye towards making that result accessible. Even if that means a bathroom on the second floor is made handicap accessible when that building doesn't have an elevator. Because at some point, it may have an elevator, and then the bathrooms are ready. There's no sense doing those bathrooms twice. We are also responsible for the Betty Quincy Public Schools students who have IEPs and other higher learning needs accommodations. We implement them, whether it be soundproofing in classrooms, structural modifications, and the like. But our department really goes beyond just the brick and mortar. We funded the startup costs for the community-wide composting and the residential pickup curbside, and then we also funded the expansion of that program recently. The Department of Public Buildings participated in the negotiation and the implementation of the Community Electric Aggregation Program that now brings cheaper electricity to all the Quincy residences and businesses that did not opt out. So the primary provider of the utility supply is this aggregation agreement, and it is significantly lower than the ongoing and current national grid rate. We also went to market and procure all the city's own municipal energy use. In late 2024, we locked in very favorable electric supply rates for all electricity across all departments of the city, which is and remains well below the National Grid supply rate. Our rate is locked in, guaranteed, no increases for 3 years. It's not happening with National Grid. We have and we continue to develop opportunities for solar energy generation. There are currently 12 buildings with solar PV arrays on the roof. And 4 of these are currently slated for replacement due to warranty repairs. We're about to go online with the PV system that we installed above the parking structure at the Quincy Public Safety Building. And I recently brought to the City Council, which approved and then Mayor Koch signed, agreements for the rooftop solar of the new Squantum School. We are in the final negotiations for a solar PV system on the canopies of the 2 new parking garages currently being constructed in downtown Quincy. We took a step back to further review. I wanted to make sure that electric generation and the leasing of the space to do that did not complicate our tax-exempt bond status. So we're currently engaged with the Municipal Finance Office and Bond Council to make sure we've crossed that T and dotted that I to not face a problem later on. We continue to look for new locations for solar, and we're preparing a multi-site RFP in advance of these systems. Each roof replacement we do, whether at the city alone or with the MSBA, is done with an eye towards making that roof solar-ready to accommodate a future solar PV system. Sorry, it's late. Between the Department of Public Buildings and the Quincy Public Schools, we host 6 solar PV farms, mostly located around the southeastern Massachusetts area. These systems generate clean electricity and save the city a fortune in energy supply costs. We're actively looking for more such opportunities. And while the department is primarily responsible for planning and implementing physical work, we also participate extensively in efforts to fund that work. One such instance is currently just closed the bid, and that's the construction of a Manatee Community Health Clinic within the Quincy High School building. We've got the designs done, we've gone to bid, we've got the construction costs in hand. Through efforts that I expended when I was in the law department and carried with me, we modified a trust of which the city was the beneficiary, and the court has allowed the direction of those monies to the Manatee Community Health Center for the benefit of the medical needs of the residents of Howe's Neck. You may remember at one point in time there was a dental clinic in the basement of Atherton House School. This clinic at Quincy High will be the next generation of that clinic. It'll be more comprehensive, provide services to the students and staff in that building. We also were successful in getting a $200,000 appropriation from Senator John Keenan through his efforts. And Cynthia Siena at the Manatee Community Health Center, they funded and advanced additional grant opportunities for another $200,000. So this entire project will be done, will serve the future of the students and staff at Quincy High for years to come with no direct city dollars involved. We have completed dozens of energy conservation measures that are forecasted to save hundreds of thousands of dollars in energy costs. These include LED lighting replacements, new electrical transformers, and the installation of air source heat pumps, the most notable of which, and the most recent, is the heating system for the pool water at the Lincoln Hancock School. That effort alone is forecasted to save the city $80,000 a year in electricity. We, of course, participate with the support of the council in the MSBA programs, both core and new school programs, and the accelerated pair programs. With the support of the mayor and the council over the years, we have participated in 20 MSBA projects to date, with a total project cost of $371 million. And payments made, or expected to be made, from the MSBA to the city of Quincy of $183,627,000. 4 additional projects are in the pipeline, as you know now. We continue to step up our game in seeking funding sources, programs, and grants for work beyond the taxpayers of Quincy. Before I took the helm at Public Buildings, the department participated in the Green Communities Program and other energy conservation measures. We have redoubled those efforts and have been wildly successful in expanding on those programs and jumping into many more. In the past 18 months or so alone, working in tandem with Jim Scribby and his team in the grants writing department, and with Margaret LaForest in my department, with Margaret leading the charge, with the invaluable support of Dave Scott and others in our department, we brought back to the city of Quincy a total of $9,919,000 in grants, earmarks, rebates, and incentives for works the Department of Public Buildings does. That's $10 million. And we have another $1.2 million in applications currently pending. And we continue to look for more. The last topic I'll address is Massachusetts Contingency Plan, the 21E, or the federal Superfund sites. Quincy's an old city, old development. We had a number of sites that were either Quincy impacted or neighbor impacted on Quincy land. Would that be a leaking oil tank, a leaking gas tank in the past, and the such. We have cleared up those sites at Quincy High School, the Wollaston Fire Station, Intervale Avenue site that's now being redeveloped, the Independence Avenue site that for years was on the city's tax title list, but we couldn't foreclose because it was so dirty. It's now clean and on the market, and more sites, all of which with no significant risk of health to the residents, and all without further penalties and fees. So I continue. I'll stop now, and thank you for allowing me to brag about the department.
Thank you, Commissioner. Okay, questions? Who wants to start? Maggie, I guess you'll go.
Okay, it'll be me again. Thank you. That was great.
Thank you.
So I was looking at the list of positions, which is quite long, and just had a couple of questions. So with that many people, and kind of with an eye towards a bit of what I was asking about with the HR, can you talk a little tiny bit about your interviewing practices there?
Okay. My experience with hiring employees, admittedly, most of these were on board before I took the helm. But I have myself interviewed and hired some of the tradespeople and a number, if not more than half, of the custodians. Generally, we either have been recommended candidates, have been presented with candidates through the mayor's office, or we work closely with the Human Resources Department, because there is a link on the city website to available positions and job applications that residents and others can submit their resume and their CV to. So like in the instance of a custodian, I'll sit, as will Vinnie Leone, the supervisor of custodians. We'll meet with them. In January, I was out of town. I delegated to Don Martin. He and Vinnie met with them. We checked their backgrounds. We recommend them positively, or we don't recommend them to the mayor, who is the appointing authority, not me. Then we do background checks on them. They're going to be in our public buildings. They're going to be in sensitive areas. They have to pass the CORI checks, the sexual offender registry checks, and they do a pre-employment physical examination. The same thing holds true with the tradespeople. It's funny, for a relatively small department, in a relatively close period of time, we actually had 3 deaths of active members. So a number of our tradespeople that are in that ranks that I hired or I brought on were lateral transfers from other departments. They were already NCU employees. Some were new, but we followed the same process. We interviewed them, discussion with the appointing authority, worked with Human Resources on providing the pool of applicants. The administrative side, there are a couple that are new since I've taken the helm, and they are generally presented to me by the mayor's office. We still interview them, check them for their qualifications and the fit for our roles, and then make the recommendation to the mayor.
Okay, thank you. How many open positions do you have, if any?
Currently, there's one. It's a custodial position. The position is in the administration building of the DPW, 55 C Street, the David McIntosh building. And that position is actually funded. That one position is funded by the Department of Public Works. And I checked and double-checked with Commissioner Grazioso. He did have that in his budget that he presented to you.
Right, okay. Thank you. I noticed one of the positions is funded by Quarry Hills.
Yes.
What does that position do?
That is a project manager. It's intended to be across multiple departments, so that's my understanding of why that's the funding line. Again, I'm not the appointing authority and I'm not municipal finance. This is how it's presented to me. That employee is quite valuable to me, very aggressive and very organized in overseeing so many aspects of what we're doing right now. The steam trap surveys, the replacements in other buildings, a lot of the energy efficiency lighting replacements, helping me with administrative issues, and quite valuable, quite active. And again, I share them with other departments.
But not focused on Quarry Hills?
No.
Just,
It's funded by the revenues out of that account, but does not have a role in the operation of Quarry Hills.
okay.
What item is that? Oh, it's not in the budget, okay.
Oh, it's in a list that you, that.
The third from the bottom in the employee listing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Okay. So I did get, actually a snail mail letter about the business manager line item. And it's talking about, it seems like it's a new position, an upgrade. And then did this person hold an officer position in their union, and did that have any influence on their upgrade? Is this person a member of their union's upgrade committee? And if so, did they recuse themselves from this process? How many times have they been upgraded in the past 5 years?
Okay. I cannot answer the upgrade in the last 5 years, nor the inner workings of the union. That is separate from me. I don't control it. I will say that that is another valuable employee to me. In reality, that business manager position is the contraction or the merging of two different former positions. There was administrative assistant in the public buildings maintenance, and we had a retirement about September. And there was a similar position on just the public buildings administration side. The history of the department is that it's a newer department. Mayor Koch created it by taking pieces of several other previous departments and operations. So people came from the Quincy Public Schools, most of the tradesmen in that public buildings maintenance administration position. People came from DPW, people came from all over. So I deal with 3 different unions and the appointees. I felt there was some duplication of efforts with those 2 administrative positions. So with the retirement of the one that was in the public buildings maintenance collective bargaining, I did not refill that. I went to the mayor's office and sought permission to merge it. And it coincidentally, and I mean it was coincidental, that was about the time that the elevation was happening within the supervisors union to a level 7. I believe there were 2 or 3, maybe up to 4 people that were receiving that elevation at the time. So it coincided with that. So I actually had to pay out a grade for a few weeks to have all the tasks done by one person until the elevation was done. Again, I'm not holding back. I just don't know the answers to the part about the inner workings of the union process. I know Human Resources is involved in it. I know the mayor's office is involved in it. So I'm certain that there was no self-dealing. But I'm certain of it, but I cannot say it.
I guess I'm wondering about the Quarry Hills position. So if it seems like if that position is not doing Quarry Hills work, it shouldn't be paid for out of the Quarry Hills budget. But I know we're not allowed to add to it. So anyway, I'll throw it open to anyone else who has ideas.
So I'm going to add to that because we had introduced a resolve for the Quarry Hills audit, and we identified that the Quarry Hills oversight account was in a deficit. It seems like that is where this money has been coming from. So do you know the salary of that line that is being paid out of the Corey Hills?
That's the project, yeah, I've got the full payroll, yeah. One of the files. Oh, I don't, because it's not in my payroll records.
It's not on your payroll records, okay.
But if it's similar to the other project managers, which it would be, I can give you that. So that will be a comparable or equal.
Oh,
The
Madam
city
Auditor
auditor
has this
a-
information. I've got to learn to,
A weekly salary of $24.48.
I don't do the math very well.
Okay.
What's the annual then?
The yearly salary is $116,700.
Sorry, what was that, Madam Auditor?
116,700?
Yes.
So, Mr. Walker, this is something we need to resolve. We found our money.
Well, through you, Madam Chair, I don't have all the details of that account, that, not subject to the operating budget. I will say that the Corey Hills revenue money does not require it to be spent on Corey Hills specific items. The breakdown between the oversight and the other revenue account, that is for further discussion, but just to clarify that one point.
It's late, we can take it up another time, but unless there's some other action we think we can take, but, okay, did you have more questions, Councilor McGee? Okay. Councilor Jacobs?
Good evening.
Good evening.
Thank you for the presentation, it was great. Can you just tell me more about 512024, the shelter manager? I mean, it seems like a newer position, and I'm just curious what's going on with that.
Okay, so the Quincy Animal Shelter, the Animal Care Center, is our new facility up on Quarry Street. It is a City of Quincy building that has two city departments in it, the Quincy Police K-9 unit and the Quincy Animal Control Office, and has facilities for those operations and their animals. And then it has the volunteer group of the Quincy Animal Shelter, Inc., who runs the adoptions and the surrender shelter. It's a new building, it's a complicated building, there's many systems in it. The function of it necessarily is interfaced with all the volunteers who don't necessarily know all the systems, how to use all the equipment. So much of it is sorting that out and putting policies in place and training and keeping it so that there's not damage to our equipment. There's also a plan to expand the role into providing outreach to the community for different animal services, in addition to those provided by the Animal Shelter Volunteers, Inc. Whether it be engagement with federal and state levels and agencies, developing new programs, that sort of thing. So from my perspective, it's a pair of eyes watching my building, keeping it running, playing gatekeeper between the three different groups, and making sure that just by misuse as in not proper, not malicious, use of the building and the equipment, there's no damage. The outreach and expansion of that role beyond the building is answerable by that manager to the mayor's office.
Gotcha. All right, very good. That's the only question I had. Thank you.
Anyone on this side? Councilor Ash?
Commissioner, thank you for the presentation. Your department is one of the larger departments, of course, so it's always good to see everything kind of broken down. And I know you're at the helm, but there's a lot of people that support you in our buildings, and you certainly have you know what's going on with every building at all times, and we appreciate that. The only real question that I had was with respect to it seems like last year the contracted line came down 150,000, and then this year, with the proposed budget, it's back up. I just wanted to ask you about that change.
Yes and no. So I had a number of open positions in custodial and other things causing an elevation in my overtime line. I can't control when pipes break, can't control when there's a power outage. We can't be in the classrooms doing work during the workday, so we have to work off hours, whether that be later in the day and the weekends or vacations, holidays. So I kind of, in my mind, liken this to the snow account to DPW. You put some money there, and it drifts either way. I can't necessarily control it. And for instance, when there's events outside, I have staff. High school graduations, I have staff in overtime. Every one of your meetings, and as it should be, as many meetings as you want, costs me overtime. And it is what it is. I just can't control it all. There is some I can control. We had a significant amount of work done in North Quincy High School, plumbing fixture repairs and replacements, because believe it or not, it's almost 50 years since that's been renovated. And quite frankly, it is cheaper for me to pay my staff on overtime at time and a half than it is many times to hire a contractor. For instance, I printed the prevailing wage rates that the Commonwealth mandates I pay to a contractor, and I printed my tradespeople salary table. For a painter working for the city of Quincy after 10 years, they get paid like $38 an hour. The first day painter on the state prevailing wage is $82 an hour. So it's in the best interest to use that overtime. So my overtime was $500,000 for this year. I was exceeding that, partly because of the vacancies in a number of the custodial positions, but also because of the volume of overtime that was actually done. So I asked, and you may remember back in November, December of this year, I asked the city council, and they did transfer $150,000 from my, from the line in question, and put it into the overtime line. And so that's why today, year to date, it looks like it was a lower to 350, when in fact it started out the year at 500.
Thank you. Thank you for the overview, and just, I know that you've presented on recently the leases for the solar panels, but, and at the schools and whatnot, but I also just, I guess I'll publicly give you the kudos, and I think that your background as an attorney is also invaluable in this role and in many other areas in the city, so thank you.
My pleasure.
Councilor Hughley?
Thank you, Chair Riley. Let's see, Mr. Hines. Mr. Ash kind of jumped on one of the questions I was going to ask, but I have a little bit of a further question on it. So just want to, if you could elaborate perhaps on the range of services that fall under contracted services. I didn't quite understand what things we do and don't contract.
Okay. For instance, elevator service and repairs, boiler repairs and water treatment, and the annual inspections and testing. Outside electricians, outside plumbers. We're forever using drain cleaning companies. We've got to get the high school kids to stop flushing vapes. It's become weekly. We've got to route these out at like $2,000 a visit. Not to mention the backup of sewage into the buildings. I said painters, window washers, glass replacements. Take what it takes to maintain your home, feed it Jolt, give it cocaine, and shake it up. There's just so much to be done across all the buildings. And again, just the sheer volume of buildings, it's just a lot of work.
Yeah. I think when I was doing my round of meetings with different department heads, I think I caught up with you maybe in April. I think we were both a little bit hungover from the storms, let's say. It was quite a busy February, March. It was interesting to understand, or to learn about the amount to which you manage solar panels, and I don't know if you maybe elaborate on that for others, but that was quite enlightening to hear about.
Sure. So again, I mentioned we had 13 buildings with systems on the roof. We bought out the Squanah one so that we could tear the building down. So those systems are up and running since, I believe, 15. They are more than halfway through their useful life. So they are providing energy generation for us, but they're nowhere near as valuable as production as the newer panels are. So there's 4 buildings right now that the solar owner has to provide new panels because of a warranty issue. They're shut down and haven't been producing in 2 years. 2 of them, we don't want them to replace. We're going to buy them out. They're going to give them to us for free. We're going to pay to take the old ones down. So we put new panels up that generate more rather than paying all the labor to put up the same old panels for another 8 years. It makes no sense. 1 or 2 of the roofs we're looking at doing this round of the MSBA have existing systems on them. So the solar provider would be under warranty, putting those panels up right now, and then if we're successful at the MSBA, a year or so from now, we would have to pay to take them back off, do the roofs, and then pay to put them back on, and pay the solar provider for their lost revenues. It makes no sense. Like, leave them down, we'll buy you out. So there's managing that. There's always the looking for more. The Southwest Middle School is ready for them. The shops building, the temporary animal shelter is ready for them. We're currently in a design for replacement of the roof at the Kennedy Center. If it structurally takes it, we'll put them there and make that roof solar ready as well. The other one, we've got consultants, Beth Greenblatt with Beacon Integrated Solutions and stuff. She's out in the market looking for us for more of the solar farms, like you see other municipal landfills and stuff all around Massachusetts, or along the highways when you drive and you see all the panels on the rolling hills. Those are the type of systems that we have 6 of now. And they provide direct credits on electric accounts on buildings in the city. So National Grid takes it off the top before we get mailed that invoice. We're very actively looking for those situations.
Yeah. It was great to see you at the QCAN event where we were going through that modeling tool of, putting different, whether it's either, I don't know, taxes or incentives in different directions. I think you and I were the only 2 city employees that were there. And it was great to see your participation in that nonprofit event. That was really, it was enlightening to see, what kind of impact you can have over time and how a small change here and there can cascade out into a longer effect for the betterment of our community. I think that's all I have. I may not see you at Pride because it's the same day at Porch Fest, and my Porch Fest day starts at like 8 in the morning. So I may or may not get by, but hopefully I'll see you there. And thank you, sir.
I forgive you.
Council Yuan. Council Yuan?
Chairwoman. Thank you, Commissioner, for the wonderful presentation. So I have a question about item 540300, the maintenance supplies.
Okay.
So the maintenance supplies, you budget $4,000 for 2025, 2026, and 2027, but the actual spending 2025 is $74,425. Then you go.
I'm sorry, Councilor. Can I ask you to please speak at the microphone?
Oh,
Get terrible
sorry.
hearing. I got the code number for the maintenance supplies.
Oh, yeah. So you budget $4,000 each year from 2025, 2026, and 2027. But the actual spending 2025 is spending $74,425. Just curious, like.
The unfortunate part of this 5-year comparison here just shows what the actuals were. It doesn't show what the budget was or what changes were made in the budget during the year. I did print out, but during the course of the year, the department head can write to the municipal finance and they'll take some from one line of, like we'll say, expenses and put it in a different line of expenses as long as it's in that same segment of the budget. So there could have been one of those changes made, one of those transfers made. But that significant amount of money, that wouldn't have just been an overcharge. That would have been a transfer made into that account from another one.
And my next question is, next line custodian supplies.
Yes.
The 540500. It looks like the cost increased a lot.
It did,
Yeah.
yes. So when it's custodial supplies, that means all things: mops, buckets, dustpans, brooms, paper towels, toilet paper, window cleaner, everything across all departments, including fire department, including all of the school buildings, including all of the city buildings. My department funds them all. So there had been a significant increase in expenses anyways, but then we added the Cristofaro Center. We did the temporary animal shelter. It was more expenses there. And then we saw coming online the public safety and the Fernsbrook Golf Course and the other buildings. So the number of buildings expanded, as did the costs of the supplies that are needed.
Okay. And in another line is other supplies, that's 5508000 item. I'm just curious, what's the other supplies? Because that budget $165,000.
Quite honestly, that most often becomes more of maintenance supplies. The $4,000 maintenance supplies really doesn't cut it. I want to sit with municipal finance and recategorize some of these expenditures going forward. So I would say that the $165,000 in 550,800 is generally consumed by maintenance supplies, and that being screws, wood, nails, paint, all the rest of the stuff that the tradespeople use to care for the buildings.
Okay, I'm just learning. And so that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone on this side? Oh, it's almost 11. We're going to obviously suspend Rule 24 again tonight. Hopefully, we get a vote before 11, but is anyone opposed to that? Just to oppose Rule 11, Rule 24, so we can go past 11 if we have to. Anyone opposed? Okay. Councilor Mahoney, did you want to go next?
Yeah.
Okay.
April, I'll talk into the microphone.
Thank you. I'm getting worse, too.
That's okay, that's all right. 530, I know you just explained 530303. And I know you just explained that to Councilor Ash, and you went up from 1,650,000 to 1,800,000. But you're still, right now,
Yep.
you're at 1,659. So do we have any encumbered money for this year?
Yes.
Susan, do you want to help? Can you help with that?
I do.
Okay. So in this particular budget, although your page in the budget book is showing 1.65, the budget was actually $1.8 million. The reason why I'm assuming it's reflecting that way, because the revised budget, there was a transfer out, then there was a transfer in. So now the revised budget was $1,797,559. Of that, $1,701,695 has been spent to date. There are encumbrances totaling $82,944.98, along with requisitions that are pending of $2,387.50, leaving a balance of $10,532.
Okay, that's fine. So what were the transfers in, just out of curiosity? Where were they coming from?
So at the beginning of the fiscal year, there were some prior year encumbrances totaling almost $73,300 that was brought in forward from last fiscal year. And then there was a memo from Public Buildings in May transferring money in. There was some money transferred out, which was the closure of some of those prior year encumbrances. And then there was money transferred out of this budget per a memo from Public Buildings back in December. So I'm assuming what happened was the budget was $1.8 million. In December, there was a transfer out made of $150,000. In May, Public Buildings must have realized they actually needed that money, not in another line, but in this line. So they transferred $100,000 back into this line.
All right, the other question that I had was for the energy line. Could you just explain the energy line? I know it's energy, but just if you could explain.
Yes. So the energy line, we're all seeing our bills, with the exception of the electric that we locked in. Delivery charges are going up, though. Natural gas charges are going up. So they're anticipated to continue to escalate. We've added buildings. We've added significant buildings to it. The animal shelter is going to be quite expensive to operate. The public safety building is going to be extremely expensive to operate. And we have the Furnace Brook Golf Course building that we pay the utilities on as well. The public safety one, so there's a large amount right now encumbered of the energy line, and I'll be forthright about it. National Grid, when they installed the metering equipment at the public safety headquarters, did not do the best of jobs at it. It's not recording the electrical use.
That's
So
why
we
it's
have
free.
not yet been billed for electricity for the public safety building.
It's free.
Yeah, I wish. I'm with you on that one.
It's free until they figure it out.
Yeah, so if we're not as successful as that, we do have that amount reserved to pay that bill when it does come in.
So
They promise they're working on it, but it's taken a long time to do it.
there's a contractor working on it, or is National Grid?
No, this is National Grid.
National Grid, okay. So I guess, so again, the animal shelter is costing more than we thought. I thought we had, we put solar panels up there, thank you. I remember we were putting
we
up there to
discussed it.
offset.
Yes,
It was
so we
gonna-
discussed
It was
that.
going to go direct to that animal shelter, right?
So the roof of the building itself wasn't large enough because of the green roof. So you could either have green panels or a green roof. They have the green roof. So we ran conduits across the road when we built the building, so that if we're successful in designing and finding a host for a solar farm on that slope of land above the water retention pond, we could tie it in there.
We haven't done it yet.
Failing that, because as we know, that the site had been contaminated with asbestos. We had to abate that for the construction of the building. So we're actually looking for one of those farms off-site that will roll back and credit the meter for the animal shelter.
So we
But
can't
at this
have
point,
it-
we have neither.
So we can't have it across from where we thought we were because we don't
It's
know.
under design. So the licensed site professionals, the environmental people are looking at that.
Okay.
Because to cap all of that landfill, the old Dwayne's landfill, they put the orange snow fence you see everywhere, they put it down, and then they cover it with 3 feet of fill. And the DEP considers that capped, and you get an activity and use limitation, which means you move forward with your life, but don't touch the place unless you talk to us first.
I remember,
So-
because that's what happened when we were doing the animal shelter.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, that's a whole different story, that one.
Well,
So we
that was a
use-
story that nobody wanted to talk about. Nobody
I
knew
know.
about it. Even
We
the
hired a-
neighbors didn't know when they saw people walking around in white coats.
We hired a different LSP
Yep.
to look across the road to see if it's feasible to deal with the soils and develop the farm there. If that's not feasible, then the only thing we lost was putting the pipes across the road, which we had to dig up for the soil line anyways. But we are actively, now whether it goes to the animal shelter or not, we're still actively looking for more off-site solar farms.
Yeah.
Because, the Quincy Police Building we just tore down
Yep.
was benefited from one of those off-site farms, that electric account. But this building is going to use exponential, but that old one did. So I want to find more to turn back that meter.
Yeah.
I'd love to find one to turn back the meter at the animal shelter. We have one that turns back some of the Quincy High School. We have one that turns back the Thomas Crane Main Library. So we have them out there, and they're spectacular. So we're looking for them actively.
I appreciate that. I guess the reason, because I'm bringing this up, because you meant the animal shelter, the public safety building, Furnace Brook Golf Course. A lot of these things are newly developed, and they're costing us more money and energy. And when we talk about ENC, I just want to put that out there too, because we're basically saying, not going to cost us much money, but every time we do something, it's costing us more money in our operating budget. And I'm not saying I'm against this, I'm just saying these are the things that you don't see when you're talking about a purchase someplace else or a development someplace else, because they add into the budget line and they eat into your expenses. So I appreciate you going through that, and I'm sure I don't know, I can't remember how many, was it 85 properties that we own? Some of them are not They're just land that we've taken houses down, but there's some of them that are houses like down, I know that we do storage down in the Neck, where we were going to have the Mass Maritime Center. That's probably electricity that we're paying for. Not minor, it's not major, but it's still, these are all the things that we're talking about that, you know, we buy these purchases of land, we're land banking a lot of things. It's costing the taxpayers money. It's not seen how it's costing it, but it's eating into places when we're talking about that. So I just wanted to mention that as well. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? Okay, I had a couple of things. Just to reiterate, I did have the same note about, you know, the more buildings we take on, the more of all of these line items, you know, and I think we can see some of that trending through the 5-year look back with all of the buildings we've brought on board. Do you do costing by buildings so that you know which buildings are energy hogs? And then if you do some, you know, if you replace a boiler or something, can you, you know, be able to see that it's improved the?
That type of thing we can do. I save expenses, particularly capital expenses. You know, it's charged to the capital account, but I save the file in the subfolder of that building.
I'm talking about like the utility cost. Do you track those by building?
Tom in my office, who does the utility bill tracking and reconciling and applying all the credits, he can do that.
Okay, so you do it. So as buildings come on, you sort of start to keep track of them a little bit separately.
Yeah. There's another thing I would like to, frankly, if I may, talk to municipal finance about altering. If you look at all the lines in Munis, there's like utilities, schools, utilities, public buildings. We just use utilities. I'd like to break them out and track them by that subpart, just to have that piece of information. It costs us no more. It's going to be a little more work for the person that tracks the bills and pays them, but that's your job. And I just think that extra information would be helpful to us.
Yeah, the time to do it is when you're paying the bills. It's awfully hard to go back and try to break everything out.
Correct.
And I know that when we toured the Monroe building, Granite City Partners, you know, manages that building. Are they in your budget at all?
They're not. That effort's paid for by the revenues of the paying people at Monroe, which was summed up in the report we gave you.
Okay.
But they are not paid out of the operating budget.
Okay, none of their service.
The only
I assume that's not the only building that they're providing services.
The Town River Marina, they do that, and my understanding is that's paid out of that fund down there as well.
Okay,
I don't have them managing any other buildings. They are the OPM after competitive bidding to replace the former OPM at the Public Safety Headquarters, but that's not operating budget either. That's part of that project.
okay.
The only expense out of the operating budget, and it's not my operating budget, but the city's operating budget for the Monroe building to date, is the debt service on the new boiler. So there's nothing else that I've put into that building.
Okay. And then the Furnace Brook Golf Course, that's surprising to hear that energy is being paid for out of the general fund. I wonder if the water, that would be a question for Mr. Grazioso, if the water is being paid in a similar fashion. So even though we were told last night that golf course is operating, you know, at least breaking even, although I think the implication was that they were actually making some money. These kinds of soft costs are significant and are not readily known, so I'll just make that note. If there's no other, Councilor DeBona?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Paula, just, Commissioner, you've done just a great job over the years, public buildings.
Sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair, I appreciate that.
Sorry.
After 11.
I heard that.
It's 11 o'clock.
Woke everybody up, sorry about that.
It's okay. I appreciate all your hard work. It's a big undertaking. How many public buildings do we have out there?
Buildings and structures, by broad definition, over 100.
I know.
The significant buildings, the ones we live in, the ones that are heated and air-conditioned lit, it's over 75.
I know the Squantum School, you've done a phenomenal job with all that and moving forward. I just feel that, you know, as our city grows, you're going to have more of an undertaking.
Counting down to 68, dude.
I know. I mean, I just, you know, I want to also thank your staff, everybody that works under your whole department that are out there tonight. And at home as well. I see all of you all the time, just doing the due diligence. I know we The libraries, I know you had a big undertaking some years ago with the North Quincy branch. We did some modifications with the air conditioning, I believe, over in Adams Shore. On the Wallaston particular site, how is that building going?
The building is old. It's cared for. It's, in decent shape. It's not very functional for what a library is today. It's small, it's wide open, there's no study spaces. There is a basement. It would need to be abated if you're going to renovate it, but there's also no ADA access to that. The building itself doesn't have ADA access. So we've measured it, you have to completely ring the building on the exterior with a ramp, or pay to put an elevator in, which takes up even more space that's not there. We've got to do the ADA bathrooms. We have to do complete energy efficiency upgrades. It's an attractive building. It's a famous architect. It's not well suited for today's world. It's 102 years old right now. It's not well suited as today's libraries are.
Your staff that you have, do you think you have enough staff to provide, we didn't add any positions this year. This particular budget and this particular department is just, it's very important for the city. Do you feel that you have enough staff to man all this?
Yeah, Mayor Koch's been very supportive. If I had asked more, I'm sure he would have supported my request. That being said, I understand the economics of today and the directives to keep it flat. So thank you for asking, but I think we're okay operationally.
Yeah, this is a big undertaking. I appreciate it. I have no other questions. I just, if I'd like to, can I make a motion to approve? Motion to approve?
Motion to approve, there's no amendments, it's as presented. We don't think we need a roll call vote. All in favor? Unless this discussion. Further discussion?
Aye.
All in favor, great.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Motion to adjourn. All righty.